Guys, grab your tea because the divorce saga continues. Originally, when I started sharing my story with you guys, I assumed that I was going to break this up into parts 1 and 2. And since then, so much more crazy has happened that we're going to need a part 3 as well. So when I first started recording part 2, right, I envisioned that part 2 was going to be starting at the beginning of separation whenever my ex came back from the whole debacle that was New Orleans and our anniversary and all the things, right? And I thought that part 2 would very easily be able to go towards, when lawyers started getting involved, which would be the following March. Because before then, we had decided we were going to handle everything ourselves. For a while, it was, I guess, as amicable as it could be, or I guess started out pretty amicable and then just kind of progressively got less and less. And then I actually recorded it. And there's no way to have the entire thing one part. There's just not. It's going to end up being an 8-hour video because there's just so much. And listing it all in your head, you think, oh yeah, it'll be so quick to record it all. But then you go into like the detail and you provide the receipts where you can, and there's just no way. So this part 2, is going to have to be broken up. And originally before I started recording this, I was like, oh, I guess it'll just be 3 parts in total. It'll have to be 4. There's just no other way around it. I'm so sorry. Part 1 was everything leading up to considering, okay, this is probably going to be or could be the end of my marriage. And then part 2, this part is going to be from that moment until one of the most egregious examples of disrespect and boundary crossing, and just a moment that I really reevaluated who is this person, like this, who are you? What is happening right now? What the heck? And I don't know how else to describe it without giving anything away. So here we go. And that's another reason that those of you who are like viewing and watching will see there will be a couple times where like I very clearly have a clip of me in a completely different outfit on a completely different day, because I recorded all of what I thought was going to be part 2, and then my editor was like, girl, this is way too long for one part. So if you're finding this video first, hello, my name is Rebecca Rogers, and I am sharing a story about an abusive relationship and marriage that I was in for a very long time, and the story of how I kind of woke up and got out, and the signs that I realized, oh, this behavior and this treatment is not acceptable and is not okay. So this is part 2. This is not where you want to start if this is where you're starting. I promise there's a lot of context you're missing. There's a lot. So I'm going to link part 1 down in the description. Yeah. And if part 2 is exactly what you were looking for, welcome. I can't tell you guys how therapeutic you all being on this journey has been for me. And as I said in part 1, I'm going to say this again just so it's very clear. The point of this, of me telling my story and me sharing my story, is not only that it's therapeutic to me, but there are so many women who during this journey and hearing me talk about my experiences and share my experiences have said that my story has made them realize they're not in great situations, and things that their partners may or may not do that are not okay or acceptable. And if I can help even one person realize that for themselves and make a decision to get themselves out of that kind of situation, I'm happy. I'm happy. This whole journey, this has nothing to do with being petty. It is not to bash anybody. Just because I was harassed and berated does not mean that I'm requesting anyone receive that treatment. I do not want that. But this is important, and normalizing talking about these things is what keeps the behaviors from being normalized, and what keeps these abusers from being able to go under the radar for so long. I'm willing to be the first one that people point and say, oh my gosh, look at her airing her dirty laundry, how embarrassing, how whatever. I'm willing to do that if it starts the conversation and starts to normalize that these things aren't okay. And if you are someone that is more concerned about how an abuser might feel having their dirty laundry exposed like that, than you are of the fact that they abused someone, I suggest you reflect on that And I suggest you go to therapy and talk about that and ask yourself why that is. And I don't know if you can tell, but I always get very nervous making these parts because it's very vulnerable. And again, you know, just like I said in part 1, there are times where I might have said things or done things that you don't agree with me, and that's fine. I'm not at all claiming that I'm a perfect person. I'm sure there are things that I've said or done, whether in part 1, in this part you're about to see, in the next one, I'm sure there are going to be things that you're like, Rebecca, I didn't like how you said that. I don't agree that you did that. I think that's messed up, and that's fine, and you can tell me that. Again, the whole point of this is it's therapeutic for me. It helps other people may or may not realize they're in bad situations. And if there's a way that I handled something badly, let people learn from that. Absolutely. So just to kind of recap, part 1 was kind of a lot of context and background information and things that led up to the big blow up in New Orleans and New York and our 5-year wedding anniversary and me being at home alone for it, while my ex was not around and was out of town with his family for our anniversary. And I got a text message from a random number, as you guys may remember, that basically said, "Hi, I've been having a relationship with your husband. It is what it is." And even then, my ex did not come home that night. Not that I'm saying that he should have. It was very late at that point. We were both very emotionally charged. It would not have been safe for him to then drive multiple hours to come and talk to me about this text that I got. But still, even the next day, did not return home, did not come home. He did not end up coming home for a couple days. And in that meantime, I was getting a lot of texts from him about, you know, just trying to, hey, here are some video ideas you can do. Here are some skit ideas that you can do. Now, again, remember, like, I'm never just going to take a skit idea of a scenario because every single skit that I have ever posted on my channel has happened somewhere in this country. That's just a rule that I have. It has always been that way. It's important to me. But nonetheless, like, he was trying to be helpful, trying to be supportive. And then we'll proceed to like come home. And that's where we're starting part 2. And we're gonna go from when he comes home after our anniversary, and we are gonna take part 2, not even a whole year. It's gonna go, so we're in May, and we're gonna go to the following March once real lawyers start getting involved. So basically this is gonna cover the separation up until real lawyers get involved. And before I start, I wanted a couple things before we get started because this is very important. This video is going to be different from part 1 in that part 1 I was, I guess, ironically lucky, feels like a weird word to use, that because we were in different states at the time, because I was actively working and doing stuff, and because there were other people around that we didn't want to know, like, we didn't want to sit there and argue with each other in front of my mom, you know. A lot of part 1, or most of part 1, happened all over text. And so there are just blatant receipts of, like, I'm just reading to you guys exactly what happened. And for part 2, that didn't happen for a while. A lot of these situations that I'm going to be talking about, a lot of these things that were done or said, they were in person. And it's a few months before I realize, oh, it's not safe to have just random in-person conversations with this person. I'm going to have to record this, or I'm going to have to converse with him only over text messages. And so, like, I understand that it's going to be a little bit different. I already know there's going to be people that are, I don't believe this, I don't believe that. On the other hand, we all know that part 1, or at least a lot of us know part 1, disappeared from the internet for a little bit of time because somebody tried to tell a judge that I was using part 1 to threaten them and ask you guys to harass them and doxing them and things like that, which just blatantly was not the case. Didn't exist. So that had to come down until that was looked at by a judge. And after that whole thing was kind of thrown out, I heard someone yelling in the hallway about plans of, we just wait for her to post stuff and then we sue her ass. Like, actually. So I know someone is going to be attempting to claim defamation. So I'm only putting in here things that I have some kind of written record of. Whether it's in later texts that my ex and I discuss and we refer back to an incident, or they be voice memos that I send to my friends or text messages that I send to my friends about things that happen, if that means that a couple situations may go unnamed, so be it. But I know that some abusers are determined to silence their victims because they do not want the narrative that they've created about themselves to be altered in any way, shape, or form. And I have just decided that I have to only share what I can show in written record from my messages from years ago that it happened and have some recollection of. So there's that. And all that to lead into part 2, that at this point, once my ex finally came home, I was really aware that what was happening was not okay. I knew that this was unacceptable, and I was hopeful that there might be some kind of resolution, but I was not banking on it because a lot of that would require my ex really owning up to things, acknowledging behaviors and patterns and tendencies that were unacceptable and were toxic, and also changing them. So I was very hopeful, but I was not convinced. And I'm gonna kind of go about this month by month, and you'll kind of see my perspectives and the way that I'm addressing not only him, but the situation as a whole changes every month based on what is happening, what is being said, things that are being done, and so on and so forth. So he comes home, and this is still the end of May. For the next few days, there's just constantly, flowers showing up at our house, which was already interesting to me because it was always kind of said in this house, like, why flowers? Our cats gnaw on everything. Baby's breath arrangements is not really a safe thing to have in this house. And things were attempted like, oh, well, I saw on the internet that orange peels, putting it around the flower vases keeps cats away. It did not keep the cats away. Oh, well, I saw spraying with lemon juice. Nothing helped. And so I just remember verbally saying I see that you're trying to do something special, but I'm spending most of my time either hiding the flowers or having to sit next to them so the cats aren't I see the attempt, but this is not helpful. And this kind of goes back to a theme that we even saw in part 1 of him laying out all these nice things that he was trying to do for me. And I'm like, but this is counterproductive. This isn't actually helpful. It's actually adding more stress, whether it be with those Chick-fil-A brownies when I'm actively talking about wanting to eat healthier and lose weight, and he would just keep buying me brownies. Yes, it's nice, but this is counterproductive to what I said I wanted for my life goals and my plans. So adding in oh my gosh, I hope my cat isn't trying to eat the baby's breath or the I don't even remember all the flowers. I just know that they were not all cat safe bouquets. They just weren't. So adding in, oh, I have to hide this. Oh, we spent money on this, but they have to stay in the cupboard, or someone has to keep an eye on it at all times. That's stressful. It's a nice thought, but it's not actually helpful. And that was very frustrating for him. And this was another point of contention over the next few days when he first came home. Another issue that was just a problem is that, I was just out of town for about 2 weeks, meaning I wasn't home to record. I wasn't home to get skits recorded. I wasn't home to do Bad Apple or podcast. I was doing podcast episodes out there, but you guys get what I meant. I was very behind on recording and getting stuff done at home, and I had a lot to catch up on. And when he first came back and finally returned home, he of course wanted to sit down and have a conversation about everything, which agree, we needed to have a conversation. And we sat down for 3 or 4 hours the first day that he came home, and we talked about everything that had happened, and we laid out what we were upset about, what we needed to go differently, what we wished we ourselves did differently, all the things for 3 or 4 hours. And the conversation didn't end. We said, we're gonna have to continue this at another point. It's now late. We need to go to bed. We'll talk about this another time. And then the next day, as I'm starting to get work done and start recording, hey, can we talk? Can we finish the conversation from last night? And I said, I can't do another 4-hour conversation. I have a lot of work that I need to get done. We do need to talk, but I can't not get any work done today either. It won't be like that, I promise. Okay, sure. But it was another 3 or 4 hours of about the same-ish things. And I let him know at the end of this conversation, okay, hey, I really need to get some work done. I am so behind, and that's only contributing to my stress. I know that we have a lot of things that we need to talk about, we need to resolve. I need to be able to get work done, and you promised me that this was not going to take another 4 hours today. Okay, promise. Third day in a row, hey, I would really like to talk to you about things that we talked about yesterday. And I said, I cannot have another day that's just completely washed of work. Like, I'm how we pay our bills. I'm how we pay the mortgage. I'm how we put food on the table. Like, I have to get work done. And that's when he put his foot down. He did not like that answer because he told me, not only verbally, but later on there will be also text messages of this just for clarification. But he told me, well, I'm making $3,000 to $5,000 a month now doing the part-time pickleball stuff that I've been doing. And that's consistent, $3,000 to $5,000 a month. And I said, okay, I'm not trying to say you aren't now contributing. I'm saying that I need to get work done and I can't just not catch up. Like, I need to get work done. And again, yes, we need to resolve a lot of these things. But like right at this point, we're talking in circles. We've now talked for 8 hours this week and it's becoming circular. We're not hearing each other. Maybe just one more conversation. Okay. And it's another 4 hours. And I tell him, I cannot live like this. We cannot keep going like this if our entire days are just talking in circles, not getting work done, we're not making any progress. You're gonna have to go somewhere else. And I said, it's not that I don't want to resolve things with you. It's not that I'm calling it quits, but I have to get work done. And my recording studio is here. It's not like I can just go somewhere else. My recording stuff is here. My camera equipment is here. All of my lights and everything, it's all here. I have to get work done, and you are not letting me get work done. I'm telling you, I don't want to have these 4-hour-long conversations and you're not hearing me and you promised me it won't happen and they're happening. So you're going to have to go somewhere else. And he said, well, where am I supposed to go? I don't know. There are options, right? My brother offered that he could go stay with him at his house for a little bit of time. And my ex, no, I don't want to do that because I don't want to have to take care of your brother's dog. I said, why would you have to take care of my brother's dog? Well, I'm not saying he would make me take care of his dog, but I don't want to deal with the big dog. Okay, sure. You could go to your family's house for a little bit of time. No, I don't want to tell them what's going on. Like, I'm hoping that we can just resolve this and they don't even have to know. Like, this sounds like a separation and they don't even need to know about it. I'm hoping we can just resolve it and it doesn't need to be broadcasted to everyone that we've had this rough patch. And I was like, it's not like we can pretend my family doesn't know. My mom was there. Like, if you don't want to go home, that's like a different story, but like just saying, I don't want anyone to know we had a rough patch is an interesting reason of why you can't go home, but okay. And he did say, well, I wouldn't be able to keep doing my pickleball stuff because it's hours away. Fair. That's a valid reason. I didn't like the first one personally, and you might disagree with me, and that's fine. I didn't like the first one. And I said, okay, well, you have a lot of friends in the area, but then the first reason kept coming back up. I don't want anyone to know. I'm ashamed of how I acted and I don't want people to know about it and I don't want to go. I don't want anyone to know. Okay. So at this point, he doesn't want anyone who hasn't been involved at this point to know we're going through a rough time or to know that we're going through a rough patch. But my brother's not an option because he doesn't want to interact with the dog. Okay. So I end up calling my parents. And I'm already getting emotional. And I just pleaded with them and I said, I need a break. And I can't even get work done and I'm so stressed all the time. And I need to get at least getting caught up on work off of my plate and he's not allowing me to do this. Is there any way that he can come stay with you for a little bit of time? Because I need to be able to get what I need done. We talked a lot about in part 1 about how I was coming to the realization about a lot of verbal and emotional abuse. And I still was not quite there of oh yeah, I also was physically abused. I wasn't getting black eyes or anything, but I was being physically abused. It was something that I was coming to terms with, especially as I started therapy right after coming back from New Orleans, like talking to my therapist and really unpacking everything that happened. I had realized, or at least started to realize, that this was happening, but I did not tell my parents this at all. My mom only knew about what she witnessed in New Orleans, and even she was very hesitant to say anything to my dad because she didn't know if we were going to be working through anything, and she didn't want to, like, she knew she would never be able to, like, fully forget what she witnessed and what she saw, and she didn't want my dad to have that experience either if we ended up resolving things and working through it. So my dad didn't really know anything. My mom only knew about what she experienced, and I purposefully kept everything that I was realizing about my situation and learning through therapy. I kept it from my parents because I knew that they would not be okay with him staying there if they truly knew and understood how he was treating me. And again, we already talked about in part 1 that my mom witnessed him screaming at me, and we talked about it in January. But again, this is all she knew. That's all she knew. And I was worried that it wouldn't be an option for him to go there if they were fully aware, and I needed it. I needed it badly. So that's what we decided. My ex was going to go stay in my parents' guest room for a while, and we came up with a system. You know, it wasn't just a go over there indefinitely and I'll talk to you whenever. No, not at all. We decided that communication, like consistent communication, was still important. We were going to have check-ins at least once a week. And by check-ins, I don't mean just like a phone call. I mean, like, we're going to get together in person, kind of like dating again. You know what I mean? And like slow, like meet and check in person, go do something fun together, things like that. And we did that. You know, not only did we do our check-ins by ourselves, but I tried really hard to include him in things with some of our mutual friends, whether, you know, we went to an escape room with a group of our friends and I did not reveal to them that we were separated at the time. We went to trivia. A group of friends did not reveal to them that we were separated at the time. Actually, by trivia, I don't remember if they knew or not. I don't remember, to be completely honest. And it was uncomfortable, but I wanted to give it that chance. Again, remember, I told you I was not in a mental capacity that I was like, oh, I'm done, there's no moving forward. Like, no, I was hesitant, but I was hopeful. He was telling me he was gonna make all these changes and that he was gonna do better, and I really wanted to believe him so badly. But the first check-in already made a vibe, created a vibe. I really wanted to be hopeful, but I feel like every check-in was chipping away at the hope and chipping away at the confidence that this would get resolved in some way, shape, or form. So, like, for example, one of our very first check-ins, since my ex had moved out, he finally agreed that he was going to start therapy. And his therapist had told him, according to him, that he should start including the people that he cares about in the things that he likes and have them be involved and invite them to things. And I thought that was great advice. I thought that was wonderful advice, right? And just based off the little bit that you guys know about this person, what would you assume that would entail? Because I assumed, when he told me this, I assumed that this was going to have to do with pickleball. Hey, let's go play pickleball, or will you come watch me in a tournament? Like, these are things that even my parents have been asking him, we want to be involved with, for a very long time. I genuinely believed this is where it was going. And this was our first check-in, and like, I had so much confidence, like, in the beginning of this conversation of, yeah, he's getting it, he's doing it, right? And then when I told him that's really good advice, I'm so happy to hear that, I agree wholeheartedly. Then he said, that's why I've decided that I would really like for you to start coming to church with me. And if we get back together, no, I think he might have even said when. I don't remember if he said if or when. It really doesn't matter. I think, like, that's going to be something that's going to be a boundary for me that we have to do together. And I even think I'm going to ask your parents to start coming with me. What? Hold on.
For those of you that don't know me, don't know much about me, my dad was born in Israel. Like, I was raised Jewish. You are staying in my parents' house for free, and your like first thing that you want to bring to them is like, I want you to start coming to church with me? What do you mean? And I told him that. I said, what are you talking about? And he was very surprised by my reaction. He's like, I don't understand. You just said it was a good idea. I said, it's a good idea to have people that you care about and to include them in the things that you enjoy. Like, what about pickleball? And he's like, oh, well, that would be a good idea. And I'm like, yeah, why wasn't it the first one? I don't understand. And he's like, well, I've started going back to church. Since we've been married, we have never consistently ever gone to a religious anything, just so you guys are aware. But he started going to church on Sunday, which is great. I love that for you. You do that. And for the first thing, for our first check-in, or at least one of our first check-ins, you want to require me to start going to church with you? You want to ask my Jewish family to start going to church with you? What do you mean? Like, we had just had so many arguments in the last few days about some of the anti-Semitism within his family. The book that a family member gave to me to give to my father about why our family is going to hell. In what world did this feel like a good idea? I still don't understand it, but this was one of the first times that we had our check-ins. And again, as I mentioned, you're gonna see as we go through the months and as we go through these check-ins, there's like constantly something that just chips away at the confidence, at even the motivation to keep doing them. Like, it feels so defeating to be giving someone who hurts you so many chances over and over and over, and like the self-awareness just is not there. And so that's kind of how we close up May. And I told my ex, like, I feel like you're not actually hearing me. And if this is how things are gonna go, like, it's not looking great. And we had a real conversation about what that looks like. And that's when we had one of the most important conversations. And I'm gonna be honest, like, a lot of these things that happened, I forgot about, because when crazier things happen down the line, like some of the early crazy stuff, it's like nothing compares to what'll happen later. But I never forgot this conversation, because you know how when something like emotionally piques your interest in a way, whether it's like so hurtful or so funny or like whatever, it just kind of like makes that mental note. And like, I still feel guilty for even why this conversation sticks out to me. Because it was a total like nervous laughter, involuntary kind of response. And we had a full conversation about if we did end up splitting up and not getting back together. My ex told me he was very adamant about how I did so much for him, and he was so sorry that he blew everything up and that he did not want to take anything else away from me, that he already got to sit and do nothing for years while I worked my booty off, and he didn't want to take that from me, so that if we were to ever separate or like divorce, so if we were to ever really truly go our separate ways, we were gonna do like we take out what we put into the marriage. And he also said, meaning like, you know, what's in my bank account stays with me, what's in your bank account stays with you, like those kinds of things. And also he said that he was gonna have me keep the cats, which was huge. And I'll never forget this line, not because it was like so inspirational or emotional, but because I felt so bad that I actually giggled at him. I didn't mean to. It was a complete nervous response because we were having a very serious and emotional conversation. And he said, if I lose you, I'll be losing like the most important thing in my life. It's gonna hurt just as much to lose the cats because I love them so much. And then he looks at Milo and he goes, I don't even like that one, and I'm gonna miss him if I lose him. And that's what made me, like, it threw me off because we were being so serious and emotional. And he's like, and I never even like liked Milo. And I was like, wait, what? That's my baby. But okay. And I laughed at him. And I said, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to giggle at you. That comment just really threw me off from like the seriousness that we're discussing, I'm so sorry. And I felt so guilty for laughing at him. But that's why, like, I genuinely believe if that silly comment was not made, I might have even forgotten that conversation existed. But that, like, that moment and that guilt that, like, I still feel to this day, I still feel bad that I giggled in that moment, because I feel like that was so inappropriate of me, and I still cringe thinking about it. And I feel bad. If it didn't happen, I don't think I would have remembered that conversation had happened. Because again, at the time, I didn't think it was going to be pertaining. I didn't think it was going to be necessary. None of it. So that's how we left May, and now we will go into June. Some of our earliest check-ins in June, and mind you, like, we only, I guess, separated the end of May, right? So it's not like it's been much time at all. It's been like a couple weeks, a few weeks. And something that my ex suggested that we do for a check-in is let's go get couples massages. And this threw me off, but in a good way, because my ex has always been against massages. Like, I don't know why he thought this, but for years he was very adamant to me that he was, I think he genuinely believed that massage therapists didn't go through like training or certifications or anything like that. I don't know why, but he was just very convinced for the longest time that if he went to go get a massage, they might accidentally dislocate his shoulder. And he already had a bad shoulder. Like, we've talked about this before. I don't know if we've talked about this part one, but he's always had a bad shoulder, labrum issues from baseball and things like that. But he was just convinced that he would get hurt if he ever went to a massage therapist. So when he suggested doing couples massages, I was actually very impressed. I took this as, oh wow, he's going out of his comfort zone. He's willing to try new things. I like this. This is a good sign. And I was like there with it. I was ready. And leading up to this check-in, I was very excited for it. I was very excited to see him just experience new things, I guess, and see that they're not as bad or scary as he maybe thought. And leading up to it, he said, you know, I also am finally going to take your advice, and I would like to try like a skincare routine. And I was like, oh, I've been very into skincare. I would love to talk to you about it. And like, we talked about, you know, different products, and I told him that I could go with him to the store and pick out a routine and all these things. And, you know, right next to where we're going, there's a Target. I love Target. Let's go, and I can help you. We can decide how in-depth you want it to be, how simple you want it to be. And so we texted about this up until our appointment. And while we were waiting for our massage appointment, and we were just kind of talking a little bit more about skincare, he looked at me and he said, just so you know, I have been doing a lot of research on skincare, and you really need to be careful with exfoliants. And I said, what do you mean? He's like, I'm just letting you know, like, if you're using an exfoliant more than once a week, you need to not be doing that. And I looked at him and I was like, what? He's like, yeah, these are really bad for you. Like, if you're using a physical exfoliant, you need to not be doing that multiple times a week. And I said, I don't use a physical exfoliant more than one time a week. I have chemical exfoliants. I don't use them every day. And I have like different ones for but I don't understand where this came from. And he was like, well, I'm just telling you, like, I did a lot of research and I wanted to make sure you were aware of that. And some of you might not see anything wrong with that, and that's fine. But I did not like this interaction at all, because, and I don't even know if I talked about this in part one, but ever since I've known my ex, he's had like a very persistent pattern of Googling something for like 10, 20 minutes and then insisting not only that he's an expert on it, but that he knows better than people who even work in that field, is what like it felt like he was trying to insist upon a lot of the times. And it happened for a lot of different things. Like when we talk, you're not a science guy like me, water's the universal solvent. Like, you're not a science guy. You don't have a degree in science. Like, you don't work in, I don't understand where that's, so like, I did not take this advice well at all. It really annoyed me. I was like, okay, here we go again. I was just not happy. It like really, all the excitement and confidence I had built up about this check-in just down the drain, like in an instant. I was not happy. So then we do the massage, I relax, I calm down, I'm having a good time, and then we come out and I ask him, how was it? And that was great. That was amazing. Like, I feel like they healed me with their hands. And then I was excited again. I was like, see, I told you for the longest time, like, this is great. Massages are great. Like, they're helpful. They're so soothing. Like, I wish you experienced this earlier so that maybe, you could have relaxed and like helped your body a little bit sooner in your life. And as we were going to Target, he let me know that this was such a great experience for him that he thought maybe he'd look into becoming a masseuse himself, a massage therapist himself. What do you mean? I would love to be able to heal people with my hands. I don't think it'll take that long to get a license or be that difficult or cost that much. I'll just find a program and do it, and then I could like do it and the pickleball stuff. And I could be part-time pickleball, part-time massage therapist. I just remember thinking, what is happening? You had a good massage, so now you're just going to be a massage therapist? Okay, like if that's what you've decided your calling is, great. But I didn't like I don't think it'll be too hard. I don't think it'll take that long. Like, there are real school programs. Like, you go to a program. It's not just like a 6-hour class on YouTube. Like, this is people's livelihoods. I didn't feel like their careers were being taken seriously, and I didn't love that. And again, another pattern of behavior from years of knowing this person that I hated whenever it came out, of belittling someone else's occupation or programs or licenses or their jobs, their careers. Like, I was not a fan. I was not happy, and I did not like that. And it kind of turned into an argument when I insisted, I don't think you really know or understand what goes into this. And it kind of created an argument, and I don't remember all the points that we touched on in this argument, but I do know at some point this idea came up of like, well, how long are you gonna keep punishing me? Like, when can we go back to normal? Go back to normal? It's only been a few weeks, and there has been no consistent progress. Like, you just started therapy. Great. And you're already using the tools to decide my Jewish father needs to go to church with you. You've now decided that being a massage therapist can't be too difficult, so I'm gonna go do it. This is the progress that you're like, why can we not go back to normal? This is not changing anything. And the response that I got back was along the lines of, well, it would just be so sad if we never got back to normal. And I know you would be so sad because you would just really miss Vixie a lot. And I just was stunned by that response. And I said, excuse me? Well, yeah, like if you think I'm leaving her behind, you're crazy, because that's my cat and that's my girl. And I was like, I know I'm not crazy, because for the last few weeks, I've been dealing with this guilt of giggling at you in that moment, of saying that like you were gonna miss both the cats, even Milo, you didn't even like him. What is this 180? Like, if this is an actual thing and this is how you actually feel, we can talk about this, but like, this is not what you said a few weeks ago. What's happening? And so we argued about that. He insisted he never said that I could have the cats. We argued, we parted ways, we went home, called it a day, and I was just over it that day, right? The next day, I wake up to a bunch of text messages from my friends, because a lot of people on Facebook realized that either that morning or the night before, I don't remember, my ex had changed all of his profile pictures on Facebook, the cover photo, the profile picture, all of it changed from us to just himself. And anyone that uses Facebook knows what happens when couples do that. So I was getting a bunch of texts, a bunch of calls. I was very confused, because the whole reason that a certain someone didn't want to go stay with a friend or talk to family, he didn't want anyone to know what was happening. And now everything's changed, so people are asking questions, for sure. So I texted him and I said, did you change all of your Facebook profile pictures, and he calls me. And he lets me know he's sorry, that he was just very angry and upset about the conversation that we had the day before. And he just wanted to get my attention and thought that might be a good way to do that, and just really wanted a reaction out of me. Like, wanted me to react in a way that told him that I would care if we didn't get back together. And I said, a spectacle, especially in front of people, to get my attention, as if we didn't just have one of those in New Orleans. I've already told you this, it's a turnoff. Like, it's not getting the reaction that you want it to. Why? Like, now people are asking questions. And he's like, well, I can just change them back. And I'm like, don't do that, because that's even more, that's even more telling. But he changed them back. Or he didn't even change them back to what they were. I think he made them different photos of us. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. It's fine. So, conversation went to as normal. And like, again, we're like talking and conversing normally and friendly and things like that. Like, we're not just constantly bickering and fighting with each other. And he tells me, like, hey, there's something at the house that I need. Can I stop by at some point today to get it? And I'm like, yeah, sure, just let me know. I had therapy that day, and after the session was doing some therapy exercises, therapy homework, if you will. We ended up calling it embarrassing therapy homework. And it was confidence exercises, things like that, you know, telling a lot of self-talk, talking about don't need anyone for my self-worth, blah, 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 like all the things, right? I don't even remember exactly what was said. I do know the concept was along the lines of like me telling myself, I don't need any man for my own self-worth. Like, I am me. Because remember, like, at this point, I have no idea. I'm hopeful things get resolved, but I don't know if they will or not. Because every time we interact, like, the confidence is like getting a little bit lower and lower. So a lot of my therapy and my self-talk included a lot of like, I don't need anybody. I can be fine on my own if I need to be. I'm perfectly capable, blah, blah, blah. I'm a valued person. I'm a valued woman. And in the middle of this, I just hear my ex on my stairs just start freaking out. When did you even get here? I look over, he's crouched down on the stairs listening to me. What? You aren't living here right now. You don't know how to knock or let someone know, hey, I'm here? Not only that, like, I understand everyone's a little bit nosy, especially when it comes to your partner, but like, we're not living together right now. You're listening to me crouched down at my stairs? He gets his feelings hurt because of what he heard, and he's so offended by what he heard, and he runs out of the house crying, and like, I'm like so confused as to what's even happening at this point. Are you meaning to tell me that you just walked into the house without letting me know that you're here? And you know what? There's going to be some people that I'm sure that are like, well, technically right now it's still his house too. He shouldn't need to. I don't agree. I think that if you're like living separately from your partner, you can knock or ring the doorbell or let someone know that you're there. I don't think this is appropriate at all, personally. And you might not agree. That's fine. We can agree to disagree. But like, I'm so confused, and I run out after him because I'm like, I don't even know what's happening at this point. And he's like, well, you were saying that you don't need me and that you're desirable and that blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, this is a therapy exercise. Oh, well, I didn't know that. I thought you were just like laughing to your friends about how you don't need me. And I was like, why were you listening to me? Like, why were you listening to my conversation? If you thought this was just like a conversation with a friend, why are you like listening to my phone calls? If we're having problems and like we've addressed like trust is broken, we have all these issues, you're not like showing me, you're not stepping up the way that I need you to be, you're not being the partner you need me to be. You even told me numerous times, just when I asked you to hug me at the end of your workday, go find someone else. Why are you listening to my phone conversations? Why are you listening to my therapy and my therapy exercises? This is unacceptable. Well, I just need to feel like it's not over. And I said, I never said that it was. That doesn't mean that you can't like let me know that you're here. Like, I'm a woman living alone. You don't think it would scare the crap out of me if I just heard someone in the house? You can like, that's just common courtesy. Let me know. Okay, whatever. That day ends. All right. was very put off by that, did not like that experience, and just kept trying to get through my days. And at this point, I'm starting to take it upon myself of like just living my life the way that I want to. Like, I don't even remember if I mentioned this in part 1 or not, but I was never really allowed to decorate the house. I was told that it's a waste of time, a waste of money. He doesn't care if it's just bare and like not even like curtain rods or anything like that. And I decided, no, I want to decorate. I want to have a home that I'm excited to host people in. I want to have people over. I want to take pride in where I'm living, Like, I want to decorate. I want my house to be a home. And so I start doing that. And my ex, for our next check-in, asks if he could come by, if he could just pick up some food and have our check-in at the house and just hang out, watch a show or a movie or something. And I said, yeah, that's fine with me. And just side note, like a lot of things that I tell you, there are things that I'm going to say that feel very unnecessary or like they don't matter. Everything that I'm giving to you guys will have a point later on, whether it be very soon in the story, whether it be down the line. Just bear with me, okay? So during the day, while I'm waiting for my ex to come over for our check-in, I'm on the phone with my brother, and we're actually discussing the text message that I got on my anniversary day from that random number. And I'm talking to my brother, and we're talking about how my ex is insisting that it's a fake, that it's someone playing a prank, and so he and I are trying to figure out if that were the case, who would have my phone number and know when our anniversary was and hate me enough to do that. And we're like, I don't know. And we're just talking about it, and then all of a sudden, I just hear, who are you talking to? And I turn around, and just in the middle of the house is my ex. No text saying I'm here, no call, no door knock, no doorbell, nothing. And I just quickly tell my brother that I'm gonna talk to him later, and I hang up the phone, and I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing here? And he's like, what do you mean, what am I doing here? We had a check-in. I'm like, yeah, we just had a conversation about letting me know when you're here. He's like, well, I'm not like a robber or anything, Rebecca. And I'm like, I understand that, but again, I'm a woman living alone. You don't live here right now. The decent thing to do is let me know when you're here so I don't think I'm being robbed or I don't think an assassin is coming to kill you, right? Anyways, please, please, please let me know when you're here. Don't just walk in without telling me. That's scary. Like, you scared the crap out of me. And he wasn't really a concern for him. He just wanted to know, who are you talking to? Who were you just on the phone with? And I told my brother, well, why were you talking about that text message? What do you mean when I was talking about the text message? Well, I thought we established that it was fake. I said, you told me that it was fake. I don't know who sent it still. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't understand why you're confused, why I'm still thinking about it. He's, well, I told you that it wasn't real, so I just don't understand why you're still talking about it. Okay. Whatever. And he says, he's going on his annual family beach trip. And he says, he's going to be gone for a week. Is it okay if he actually spends that night in the guest room? Because he would love to like hang out with the cats for the night before he's gone for the week. And I said, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. And we start the check-in, and he lets me know that he's actually very upset with me because as he's been staying at my parents' house, he heard my parents talk about how my dad's trying to find a day on the calendar that he can come over and help me put up curtain rods and help me put up like just pictures and wall art and things like that. And my ex was very upset because I didn't ask him for help. And I told him, I've been asking you to do curtain rods and things like that for the longest time. And you told me that you didn't want the house decorated. You thought it was, again, a waste of time, a waste of money, and that if I wanted it decorated, I could do it myself. So I didn't ask you because you told me you didn't want to help me with it before. Well, things are different now. And he told me straight up, I don't want you to ask your dad for help. I want you to ask me for help. I want you to need me to help you. And I said, okay, well, I have company coming at some point in the next month, and I need these things up before my company comes. So if you would like to do it, that's great. But I need this done by an earlier date to make sure that it's all done by the time my company is here. And if you don't get it done by that date, and it's like only a few weeks away, like it's a few weeks away, we're like in the end of June, I have company coming sometime in July, I said, if you don't get it done by that point, I'm gonna have my dad do it because I need it done. I'm gonna get it done. I'm gonna get it done. Okay, cool. We watch our show, we just kind of hang out. And while we're talking, my trip to California comes up because I go to California at the end of every June. And are you sure that I can't go with you? Are you sure? Like, I really wanna go. I don't wanna miss it. And I told him, I said, every time we get together, there are lots of long conversations and emotional conversations. And he's like, well, it's only because we don't see each other every day. And I said, not necessarily, because when we were seeing each other every day, like, that's the whole reason you're living somewhere else in the first place, is because it was every day. And that might come to an end soon, where like you feel the need that we have to have these or we end up having to have these conversations every day. But I can't risk that happening on my work trip when I have so much to do. Like, I'm presenting, I'm doing a meet and greet, I have 9 podcast episodes that I'm recording in like the span of 3 or 4 days. I don't have time to sit there and talk with you about these things. So no, it is much easier for me to just plan to just go and do work things. Based on how we've interacted so far, I cannot trust that all of my work is not going to go down the drain if you come with me on this trip. Like, I can't risk that. I have to put work first for this trip. He was really upset by that. And he was talking about how he really wanted to go. And I actually really valued that, because for a moment I genuinely believed he was proud of me, because I was presenting at this conference for the first time, and I was doing stuff at this conference that I hadn't done before, and I was running a workshop for YouTube. Like, I was so proud of my accomplishments, and hearing him talk about how badly he wanted to be there, like, I'm gonna start crying again. I genuinely believed he was just proud of me and wanted to watch me shine. And then the rug was just slipped out from under me when he added at the end. Because, you know, this is going to be the first time you go to one of these content things, technically kind of single. And I just know all those guys are going to be all over you if I'm not there. And I said, what? That's what you're thinking about? Like, and he said, you know, I have a lot of really good friends over there. One of them being Nathan the cat lady, who's one of my best friends. And he said, he said, I guess if something were to happen with someone like Nathan, I would understand it because he's attractive. But, you know, it's still gonna hurt. And I said, what are you talking about? Like, actually, what are you talking about? First of all, my mom is my +1. Second of all, I'm going to work. Third of all, in what world do you think I'm thinking about other people right now? I'm trying to keep myself above water. What? Like, I just felt so invalidated and so belittled. Like, I was so proud of the accomplishments that I was reaching at this conference, and he just kind of like belittled it down to, I'm sure guys will be all over you because I'm not there. What? Like, I'm gonna start crying if I go more into that. Like, my thoughts on that, because I was just so upset and so offended. That was when I called it a night, and I said I was just gonna go to bed early because I was just so upset by this whole concept. And it wasn't very late. It wasn't early, like, it wasn't 4 p.m., but it wasn't 11 p.m. either. Again, we might have different opinions on what I'm about to say, and that's fine. But especially after the conversation we just had with him, I need you to need me, I don't want other guys all over you, blah, 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 blah. I would have assumed it would be very reasonable for him to start these curtains and some of the other things that I so explicitly said I needed by a certain date, and that he very explicitly wanted me to need his help with. No, didn't even start them, which, okay, that's fine. I gave a deadline. That doesn't mean they need to be done today. I just assumed that if it was important, like, I would have gotten started to show some kind of, I can't even think of what word I'm thinking of right now, but to show some kind of, I can't think of the word. I just can't. Want to prove me wrong. You know what I mean? Initiative. That's the word I'm looking for. And then I even asked him, like, you're leaving first thing in the morning? Like, do you want to stay and help me with some house stuff before you leave? No, I gotta get to the beach, because, you know, we go to the beach and we go from this day to this day and everyone's gonna be okay, that's fine, sure. And like while he's gone, before I go to California, the number one thing that really stuck out to me was him complaining that none of his family, not like none, but like most of his family members didn't even show up like the first day or two. So it was a lot of sitting around and doing nothing. And again, you might not agree with me on this, and that's fine. But like, I'm looking for any signs of initiative, any signs of I'm going above and beyond like I promised. And I told, like, you made such a big deal about wanting to help me with these curtains. You didn't do any before you left. You made it such a big deal that you had to leave at this time, early in the morning to get there, and you couldn't do them before you left. And then you're complaining because you're just sitting around and not doing anything. And like, you might not agree, but I was getting annoyed. I was getting annoyed by the inconsistencies, I want you to need me to do this, and I like the idea of me helping you, but I don't want to actually do it. Like, these are the things that I'm feeling right now. These are the things that are going through my head. And I might be getting ahead of myself. You might think I'm getting ahead of myself, but like, as an overthinker, these are just all the things going through my brain. I'm getting frustrated. I'm getting overwhelmed. I'm getting kind of fed up. I'm just feeling defeated at this point, so incredibly defeated. And I just, like, I don't even know where to go at this point. So I go to California with my mom. I get a lot done. I feel so productive. I'm feeling good work-wise and professionally, and I am ready to like really immerse myself back into work and get the ball rolling, because like, as you guys have probably known, my upload schedule has been crazy for the last year and a half, almost 2 years at this point, with everything going on and life just being hectic. And I just want so bad. I naively thought I was getting to a point where I could just get back to normal work-wise. And I return home, and my mom and I land, and my dad is there when we land, and we get our luggage. And I have so much luggage. When I go on these trips, let me tell you, because I was there for a long time, right? Because I had my event, and I was there before the event to get other podcast stuff done. Like, I was there for a while. So I had a suitcase of my clothes. I had a suitcase of all of my camera equipment. I had bags of all like the souvenirs that I got from the event, because everyone knows that when you go to VidCon, you're gonna come home with stuff. Like, I had a lot of stuff, and it was heavy. And I had it all on, like, I'm carrying all of it. Right? So my dad's at the airport, and I go to like get in the car with my mom, and my dad stops me, and he's like, oh, no. I talked to your ex, and he's coming to pick you up. He says he really wants to be the one to pick you up. And I looked around, and I was like, where is he? I call him. I'm sure he's like right around the corner. So I call him. I'm just leaving the pickleball field. I'll be there in like 10 minutes, which might not feel like a big deal to you guys, but like, I was just on a 5-hour flight, and I was at the airport for an hour or two beforehand. I just want to go home. Like, I'm tired. I'm exhausted. The VidCon conference I was at is like always one of the most exhausting weeks of my life every time. Like, it's good, it's productive. It's just exhausting. Like, I'm tired. And now I've got all of this luggage. Like, when I tell you most of my luggage was labeled as overweight at like 60 to 70 pounds each suitcase, I just wanted to go home, okay? So I'm waiting, and I'm waiting where the pickups are. And then I finally get a call from him, and he's like, okay, I'm here. I said, okay, I'm at the pickup spot. No. Go across the street to where like the Ubers are. Why? There's a lot of traffic over where the pickups are, so it's easier for me to drive to where the Ubers are. Yeah, but I have very heavy bags. It's just across the street. I'm getting mad. I'm getting mad. I've just been sitting outside in summertime. I'm like in comfy, warm airplane clothes, because like airplanes are always cold. It's the middle of June, or the end of June. I'm hot. I'm sweating. I've been outside for at least 10-15 minutes at this point. And now he wants me to lug all of these things, each suitcase, at least 60 or 70 pounds. You want me to lug this over there? Like, I'm not happy at this point. So I do it. And I get all, and he does load it actually into the car. I am not happy at this point. And it is raining. We drive back to my house, And as we pull up to my driveway and I'm starting to get out of the car, he goes, whoa, wait, don't move, don't move. I have to get something. So he gets out of the car, goes to the back seat, gets an umbrella, and comes around to the passenger seat to have an umbrella. And I understand that in theory, this is a nice gesture. And I know there's gonna be some people in the comments that are like, he was being nice. That's a nice, kind thing. I was so mad. It's like 2 feet from the driveway to the little arch. But what's the point? Well, I just wanted to make sure you didn't get wet. Why? Never in our 10 years has this ever happened. I just sat at the airport for how long? Because instead of just leaving pickleball at the time that you should, you waited until I landed to leave, and then I sat there at the airport for 10, 15 minutes in the heat waiting for you, and then I had to lug everything across the street to get where it was easier for you to go, and now you want me to just sit in the car a little bit longer so that I don't get 3 raindrops on me? Why? I understand in theory, this is a nice, sweet gesture. This feels so unnecessary. We're not walking down the street. I have dirty airplane hair. What do I care if it gets a little wet? Like, it just felt like you don't know what's important to me. Like, do you know me at all? I don't care if my hair gets a little wet. When have I ever cared about that? And on top of that, I get home, and again, I don't think everyone's gonna agree with me on this, and that's fine. You don't have to agree with me. I'm just a very particular person. I like what I like. I have my routines. I like my consistency, okay? I'm a very weird person when it comes to my bed. Outside clothes have no place near or around my bed. That is just how it is. And I'm very particular about how and when I wash my sheets. So like when I'm on an airplane, I have airplane on me. I have airplane in my hair, right? So the best time that I love to wash my sheets is the day after I get back from a trip, because then I come back from a trip and I have airplane all over me and I just go to bed after a long day at the airport, and then I wake up, and the next day when I'm like not exhausted and overwhelmed, I can wash my hair and I can wash my sheets and I just feel clean. Like that's my routine. That's always been my routine. That's been my routine, I would say my whole life, but like I didn't travel as much as I do since I started content creation. So at least for the last 5 years. Or I guess at the time maybe it was 4. That's my routine. That is how I like things and how I do things. So when I walked into my home at night, because that's the time difference, the long flight, like at night, I walked into my house after all of that and I saw perfectly clean sheets on my bed. And I was not happy. And some of you guys might say that's bratty of me, and that's fine. Some of you guys might not think it's a big deal, and that's also fine. I was so annoyed because that meant that I then had to go through and wash my hair and do that whole process, and I was tired and I just wanted to go to bed because like that's my routine. I like my routines. I'm very particular about my bedtime routine. And all of these things together to me just felt like, do you even know me? Like, do you know what's important to me? Like, again, I understand that in theory, these are all good gestures. They're kind gestures. They're nice gestures. They're individually, like without context, they are great examples of like someone going above and beyond. Well, I want to make sure she doesn't get wet. Well, I want to pick her up from the airport. Well, I want to, you know, wash her sheets for you. But with the context of like, you've known me for 10 years. You know, this is not a part of my routine. This is not something that I care. These are not things that I like. Like, again, it goes back to the pattern of nice ideas in theory, but do you know me as a person? I don't know if you do. And furthermore, the next day, because he picked me up from the airport a little later in the evening, and he asked, you know, when he came back from the beach, he was staying with the cats to take care of them while I was out of town. And he asked, do you mind if before I go back to your parents' house, I can stay another night? Fine. I don't want to fight about it. Sure. And before he left the next morning, when I was in the kitchen getting some breakfast, I saw that he had like, I guess it was a journal that he left right next to the sink in the kitchen. Like, this is in a very open public space. We never even like eat at the kitchen island. Like, we don't ever casually sit there in the 5 years that we've lived at this house. Never spent time sitting at this kitchen island before. So it's not like this was his place that he would write, and like he put this thing right where anyone, like, this is not a natural place. That, like, he had to purposefully have put this journal open to a specific page right next to the kitchen sink. And I like didn't know what it was at first, so I glanced at it and I saw like one line, and then I realized, oh, this is a journal, I should not be reading this. I don't want to invade his privacy, but the line that I read pissed me off so bad. And I don't remember the exact wording, I just remember it was along the lines of like, this is all so unfair, and I'm gonna give her until August to go back to normal. And if it doesn't, then I'm just done and I'm moving on. And I was like, okay, whatever, man. I could not believe that's what I was mad. I was so angry, but okay. And all of that together is how we closed June, and I am just more and more frustrated, less and less motivated to even like keep this going. I'm tired. I'm so tired and I feel defeated. I honestly, like, I feel dumb at this point. Like, I feel dumb for believing it could be different. I feel silly for all the chances. I feel silly for believing that maybe he'll actually take one. And I'm really losing hope at this point in time. So, on to July. So, very shortly after I come back from California, my ex really wanted to have another check-in because he's been out of town and I've been out of town, and we didn't really talk a lot while I was out of town. I don't really talk to a lot of people when I'm at VidCon because like I'm just working. I'm not ignoring people. I'm just so busy. I typically like don't even have my phone on me. It's just a lot. It's very busy. So he wanted to do a check-in very shortly after, and I was telling him about the trip. I talked to him about my panels and the events that I was doing, and I even told him about one of my friends in California. She loves astrology and she loves the zodiacs and all the things, right? And she had me download the pattern app so we could see how our zodiacs, like, I can't even think of what word I'm looking for. I don't even remember if I took my Adderall today, to be honest. But just to see how our zodiacs like interacted throughout the moon phases with each other and things like that. And I was telling him about it and how it was fun and silly, and I liked it. Like I like the pattern. It was, it's fun. Am I like a true astrology girly? No. But I don't mind looking at it. Like if I see a video that's like Pisces, you're so great. I'm like, oh my God, yeah, I know. Thank you. But I don't know what all the signs are. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert like my friend. But anyways, I was telling him about this app, and he said, I want to do it. I want to see what our signs say with each other. And I was like, okay, yeah, like I don't mind. Like I'm fine with that. I said, you just have to make an account on the app. And he was like, oh, just do it for me. Okay, sure. So I'm, helping him make his account, and we're looking at it. And while I'm making his account, he gets a text message, and it's not that I was trying to like look at it or snoop. It just popped up, and it was from a woman named Jess. And I don't know any Jesses locally in the area. Every Jess that I know is like a content friend from out of town, and I know he wouldn't be texting them because neither of them get along with him at all. And the text said, LOL, you're so effing hot. If Rebecca can't appreciate that, I will. Who is this person? What? So then I get an explanation as to who Tess and Jess are, who I've like never heard these names before, ever. And apparently Tess and Jess are friends from pickleball who he's just been confiding in and talking to, and they're the ones that are giving him advice about all of these things. And I was like the nice gestures and things like that, you know what I mean? And I was like, hold on, you're getting advice from people who don't know me, don't know the whole context of the story. But also, like, why are you going to random women that you just met? Because I asked him, I said, is Jess this number that texted me? No, I didn't even know her then. Well, it's only July now. It's July. I got the text message the end of May. You're saying you didn't know her then, meaning you've only known these women, for like a little over a month at most. Why are you confiding in these women about our marital issues? Like your whole thing, you don't want to talk to your friends or our friends or your family because you don't want anyone to know what's going on. So you're going to other women you just met? What? Okay, bad decision in my opinion, but this doesn't look like friendly advice. This text, not friendly advice. Oh, then it becomes revealed that Jess not only is married, but has a child and thinks that maybe her husband could be unfaithful. So she has been asking my ex to hook up with her and sleep with her and like do things with her. And you're still talking to her about our marital issues? You're still talking to her like period? Why? Why am I here? Like what are we doing? Why are we doing these check-ins if you're entertaining this kind of behavior from other women? What? I said, who's Tess? Is that her wing woman? What is happening? I'm getting so upset I need to hydrate for a moment. And she only like asked me to go over and hook up with her like one time. So she was only inappropriate with me like one time. And I told her that we need to just remain friends. And I said, first of all, why would you remain friends with her? This is someone that is like actively asking how, in what world is that appropriate? That this is someone, I don't even know who she is. You've never even brought her up to me before. I don't know who this person is. This is a woman asking you to have a relationship with her and you're like, I'm still gonna be her friend though, while trying to convince me to give you another chance? While we're talking about mending trust, we're already having this issue with this other text message. You're saying it's not her because you didn't know her. Do you not see how that's a problem? That's not even talking about how this is now another example. She's saying right now, oh, well, you're so hot. If Rebecca can't appreciate that, I will. But you're insisting, well, she was only inappropriate once. Here's another example. I don't trust you that it hasn't been more than once. Well, she's been going through a lot with her husband and I just feel like I need to be there for her. Why? You met her like at most a month ago. Why is it that important? I said, okay, so you're telling me it's more important for you to be friends with her because she's struggling than be respectful to me while we're trying to save our marriage? That's what you're saying? That's your priorities? No, because I told her that we would be friends. Right. It was more of a priority for you to remain her friend than it was for you to try and salvage our marriage. And you don't understand. I'm just trying to be nice. Well, it doesn't matter. Like, what are we doing here? And like, we argue about this for the rest of the evening. And in this argument, I bring up, you've been at this house while I've been out of town for multiple days. There's still no curtains up. Like, I understand the deadline is in a couple weeks. I get that. But like, you're showing no initiative to do the things you're begging me to give you a chance on. You're being disrespectful with other women behind my back. Now we have two examples of it. One you're insisting is fake. One is right here staring me in the face. That has nothing to do with the first one. Like, what are we doing? And then my ex just lets me know that he doesn't have time to do all my curtains for me. And he doesn't have time to do the house stuff that I want him to do. Again, like it's curtains and like putting up some wall art. That's it. He doesn't have time for that. He's a busy person, Rebecca. Don't you know that? Meanwhile, my mom is letting me know at the time, he's not even coming back to her house until after midnight. So I don't know where he is or who he's with, but clearly whoever it is way more important than putting up curtains. That's fine. That's your choice. But it doesn't smell right, okay? Nothing about it. It's all sketchy. I don't trust any of it. It's all weird, okay? It's all so weird and I'm like fed up with it, right? And the next day is the 4th of July, which my family gets together with family friends every year. And again, my ex is staying at my parents' house and he was supposed to go. Like, he was supposed to be around for the festivities that were being held at my house. I wake up in the morning and I get a call from my mom. She's like, hey, where's your ex? Apparently, he just got up early in the morning and left. Didn't say anything to my parents. No hi, no bye. No, I'm not actually going to be there today. I know I told you I was going to be, but I'm not. No explain, no nothing, just left. And I'm sure there's going to be some people that are like, he's a grown adult. He owes them nothing. I personally think that's rude if you tell someone, hey, I'm going to be at this event at your house, and then you just leave their house and don't tell them you're leaving. And like, I just think it's rude personally. I was not happy about it. You might think I'm being bratty about it, and that's fine. You can just think that I didn't appreciate it. I didn't appreciate him doing that to my parents. But he ends up letting me know later in the morning, after my mom calls me, that he was just overwhelmed and frustrated, and he just decided he was gonna go see his family and do the holiday with them and leave a little bit earlier. He just wasn't up for a party and socializing mood, which is fine. What do you want me to tell my parents? Well, I didn't want them to know that things aren't going well. What do you want me to tell them? That, like, I don't know what to do here. So over the next few weeks, I start getting invited by my ex to a lot of the not only just pickleball tournaments and events, but social outings with people at pickleball. And I'm gonna be so honest, at this point, like, I had no interest in going. Like, in my brain, my mentality was like, why am I gonna take the little bit of free time that I have and go do things with them, with like him and his stuff, when he like can't even do the little things to show up for me in the first place. And I know there's probably gonna be some people like, oh, well, it's a two-way street, you have to show up for him too. I've been showing up for him. I've paid all of his bills. I've put food on the table. I've put a roof over his head, now twice. One that I paid for, and now he's living at my parents for free. My mom's, like, I gave him my car. I think I even forgot to tell you guys about this. When I came back from New Orleans, I ended up buying a new car. I ended up getting the Tesla. I know I talked to you guys a little bit about like the buying process, how like I wanted to see if he interacted with me at all for a week, and he didn't until I got the car. I've given him the CRV. He can just have it, and I can't even get him to do like a little bit of stuff for me. I don't want to go watch pickleball. I don't want to go interact with his friends that I don't even know at this point what they know, what he's saying. I don't want to go interact with Jess and Tess. I don't want to go interact with their friends. Why would I want to do that? So I'm kind of dodging. Like, I am busy at this time, but I'm also like, I can't, I'm busy. I have a lot of stuff going on. Like, could I have probably made time? Yeah. Was I willing to at this point? No. I was not. I felt like I was already giving so many chances and giving so many opportunities, and it was not being reciprocated and it was not being appreciated. I was not interested in doing more than what I was already doing. So I did not accept any of those invitations, and there were a few of them. So then he starts bringing up questions about our townhouse. So that was the first house that we ever lived in. And I don't remember if I put this explanation in part 1, but I'm going to give you guys a little bit of context. So the townhouse was the first house that was our home that we lived in. And when we bought this house, originally, I refused to sell the townhouse. We were very fortunate that we were able to do that. I was in a very fortunate place with social media and some different monetization programs that don't exist anymore, but at the time really made that a whole possibility for me. And I'm beyond thankful for that. And I refused to sell at the time because my brother was in a situation with an abusive partner, and I needed it to be available for my brother. And it worked out, and my brother ended up moving in, and so that's who's been living in the townhouse up until around this point. And then in July, my brother starts realizing, okay, I want to get my own house. And so the question becomes, cool, congratulations, what do we then do with the townhouse? And this is where like a lot of stuff becomes important. We have some texts, and we'll start coming up, and these will be ones that I start to read you guys. So I tell my ex, I'm actually starting to lean towards selling the townhouse, not just because of what's going on, but I just don't have time to find tenants like this, like with everything that I'm juggling. And he responds and says, I know you've been super busy, and I'm sorry if you're feeling overwhelmed, and I'm sure you're exhausted. You've been killing it at work and doing an amazing job with the house. I'm happy to handle it as a rental. I actually assumed I would be if I was going to be living there or using any of the money from it. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear before, and I also think that we should either split the profit or you should just keep it. You've already done so much for us already, especially for me. I'll talk to your father this weekend about next steps if that's okay with you. And I said that would be great. I still told him then and numerous other times in person, like, I want to sell, and there will be other texts that will come up where I'm telling him I want to sell the townhouse. Which is so weird because around the same time, my mom sent me this text message that said, I want to clarify something about the townhouse. Ethan, your brother, suggested that he thought you wanted to sell it, and I thought you've said that you wanted to sell it too. But he's told us multiple times that you prefer to rent it. Can you confirm if you want to sell or rent it so that we understand whether he's lying to us about it? That way we just know how to respond to questions about the townhouse moving forward. I'm showing you this because one, townhouse stuff will become relevant, but two, just to show that like everyone in my life at this point is very aware about how my ex likes to fib. He calls them fibs or white lies, and it's been a thing since early. It's always been a thing in our relationship, including other people early in the separation. It will continue to be a thing. You will see. Then I get another text from Avery a couple days later before our next check-in that also just rubbed me the wrong way. And it said, hey Beck, one thing that's been bugging me and stuck in the back of my mind. Wish I had said it in person, but my brain felt like mush. And it may be the fatigue and lack of sleep talking, or just a clarification thing. Did Jess or another random number reach out to you? And I said, no, I would have told you if they did. It really just popped up on the screen right at the right moment. And his response was, and the message said, I was attractive. I said, that was the one I saw. And he said, well, was that this past weekend? And I said, I don't remember which day. Why? I'm just trying to understand the timeline. I must be misremembering or something. And this just made me feel uneasy. I felt walls coming up around me. Like I felt myself putting up walls because I felt like, am I being set up? Am I gonna be gaslighted about this? Am I gonna, I don't know how to explain it, and maybe I sound crazy, but it made me feel so uneasy. It made me feel like he was clarifying about, this is all you know, right? And it made me think, what else is there? What else could it have said? What other messages do you have that you're worried that I might have seen? You know what I mean? And I don't know I don't know. I have no idea. I have no way to know. But that's the feeling that I was getting from this in the moment, if that makes any sense. I'm not trying to say one way or the other because I don't have a definitive answer. You will see a pattern down the line. But around this time, I was having a lot of issues with my litter robot. So I have one. It's great. It's super helpful when I'm out of town for a couple days, which I do go out of town for a couple of days at a time for work stuff and podcasting. And I was having an issue for a while about how it would get stuck upside down, which is a problem. Then how are the cats supposed to go to the bathroom? And at times where it got stuck, if I was out of town and someone didn't notice or whenever, Vixie specifically would pee on my dirty clothes. Just was what it was. And it took me forever. I still to this day don't know what was wrong with it. It just randomly stopped messing up one day. And we'll get to that later. But this was a problem that I was dealing with and trying to figure out I talked to support. I tried taking it apart and clean. I couldn't figure out what was wrong with this thing. But it was an issue that I was having. And a really great way to make sure you don't leave dirty clothes on the floor for sure. And then it just became I might as well leave some old beat up towels so that I at least know where she's gonna go. You know what I mean? I'd rather it be on old beat up towels that I'm not using, that I can wash and use for cleaning a toilet or something like that later than not know where you know what I mean? But anyways, when it started, it was originally on some clothes. And one of the first times this happened and I noticed was right before I was gonna walk out the door for a flight, for a trip in July. And so I didn't really have a lot of time to do anything about it. I was able to like clean the carpet a bit, put some stuff on carpet cleaner, get that cleaned up, and I just took the clothes and I just put them in the washer machine. And I will wash them when I get back. It's fine. I don't have time to do anything else. And I just put them in the washer machine so that the cats weren't messing with them while I was gone, and no one who was watching the cats, I mean, obviously my ex was watching the cats while I was gone, but just that no one had to mess with it, and I could just handle it when I got back. And because you know, my priority wasn't the clothes, my priority is the carpet and making sure that the litter box was fine before I left. And so that's what I spent my time on, and I just shoved the clothes into the washer machine, right? And when I came back from my trip, I noticed there was a pile of clothes on my bed, and I was confused because it wasn't just the clothes that I put in the washer. It was stuff that was in the washer and the dryer that I was just gonna leave and fold when I came back from my trip, all on my bed. And I was hesitant. I was like, oh, that's so nice. He washed that for me. That's so nice. Thank you. That saves me from having to do something and like wash them multiple times to make sure the cat pee is out of them and all this stuff. And then a voice in the back of my head was like, don't get too excited, Rebecca. Don't do that. And so at this point, because I'm back home, my ex went back to my parents' house. And so I texted him. And I said, and it was very late in the evening because my flight back home was very late in the evening. And I said, did you rewash the clothes that were in the washer before you put them with other clothes in the dryer? And he said, oh, sorry, no, I didn't. I did smell them to make sure they were still clean before moving them. And I also remember which clothes they were at the edge of the bed, so I can pull them back out if needed. Those were the clothes the cats peed on that needed to be washed. Actually, to be honest, it might have been clothes that needed to be folded, not dirty clothes, because they were clothes that I put on the side to fold. That's probably why it says rewash. But anyways, I digress. Actually, no, side note, because we're going to talk about the fact that these clothes were covered in cat pee, and you're insisting you smelled them and they smelled clean? Okay. He said, all right, I can rewash them again to make sure they're clean. And I said, I'll do it. It's fine. And he said, well, if you want to, that's fine, and thank you. I can also run them again when I'm there. I said, you're coming back? Because again, like, he stays when I'm out of town to watch the cats, but then he goes back to my parents' house. What do you mean? What do you mean you're coming back? He said, yeah. Is it still okay? Yeah, is it still okay with you that I come help you with the house stuff? And I said, wait, hold on. The clothes from the washer were already dried and on my bed? And aside of moving a few things, I don't need help. Yeah, they were on the very edge of the bed on my side. And I know you don't need help. You're perfectly capable of anything you put your mind to. But I know how excited you are about getting the house together. I'm happy to be a part of that and help in any way I can. But if I'm just in the way, I understand that too. Just let me know. And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even read that part because this was me realizing, like it didn't connect in my brain at the time. This was me realizing not only did the bundle of clothes that the cats peed on end up on my bed, the bundle of clothes that the cats peed on were then put in the dryer with an entire other set of clothes and dried in the heat with pee all over them and then put on my bed. And I was not happy. And that ended that conversation when I just said, oh, so now I have to wash everything on the bed. Great. And this, again, goes to show, like, great idea in theory. I'm going to help her with laundry. I'm going to do some things for her. I'm going to take initiative and do things she didn't ask me to do. Still not doing any curtains. Still not doing the little bit of things I did ask him to do. And not being observant or aware of your surroundings when you are trying to do the things that you've decided you need me to do. You don't smell the cat pee on this bundle of clothes? Cat pee is not a mild smell. If you don't have cats, that's not a mild smell. That is noticeable. I was mad. I was upset. And this is like, I just got back from a trip. I don't know, those are listening podcast-wise, you don't see the timestamps. I got home and I was asking him about the clothes at 2 a.m. and I didn't realize, like it didn't connect in my brain until the next morning, meaning I just spent the night sleeping in a bed that had a whole bunch of cat pee clothes on them. And I woke up my whole day was ruined. My whole And he did come over, and let me tell you, I had, let me count, 1, 2, I'm counting in my head right now. There was at least 12 curtain rods that I wanted hung. I don't know what the right word is, but at least 12. How many do you think got done? I think it was like 2 or 3, to be completely honest. It was 2 or 3. Why? That's a great question. I never really got an actual answer for that either. So I had my dad come do the rest, and my ex was pissed and was insistent upon, well, you didn't have the other rods at your house. Yes, I did. They were all together. Well, I didn't know they all needed to go up. Why would I just have what do you mean? I don't even know. What? Of course they have to go up. I've been saying I want curtains in every room. Well, I didn't know where they needed to go. On any window. These are all the same size. It just felt like excuses and just like weaponized incompetence. Well, I helped you with laundry. Okay, no. Putting something in the washer and then the dryer and then taking it out, that's not doing laundry. It's not like you hung them up, which thank God, because then I wouldn't even be able to find where the cat pee clothes in my closet were. Actually, that's a lie, I would, because I'd be able to smell them. But then I'd have to wash even more of the clothes because I'd be touching other clothes. It would be a mess. But like, that's not doing the laundry. Like just putting it in the washer and then the dryer. Like the hard part is putting it away. That wasn't done. That's not like this big thing that you think it is. I don't understand. And that was an argument that we've been having for years was, well, I always help with the laundry. No, you put it in the washer and the dryer and then it sits on the floor in front of the bed and then it just sits there. That's not doing the laundry. So this was an argument that we had all the time. Well, I put up that clock that you wanted downstairs. You put up the clock that I asked you not to put up yet until curtains were up because that changes where the center of the wall is. So now the clock's hung with a nail in the wrong spot on the wall. Well, I put these other photos, I hung them up here. I didn't want anything hung up there. I don't know why you did that. And all of this stuff that took you time, you could have taken that time and actually done the things that I asked you to do, like the curtains. Well, I did do the curtains. You did like 1/4 of the curtains for we. Well, I don't have time to do curtain. I have a job, Rebecca. We all have jobs. We all have jobs. What do you mean? We all have stuff. We all have jobs. We all have to make dinner. We all have families and friends. We all have stuff. You either make time for it or you don't. It wasn't a priority and that's fine. But don't tell me that you're going to be making this a priority and showing me that you can stand up and live up to your word and then come up with excuses. Well, these were unrealistic expectations. 12 curtain rods in a multiple week time span is not an unrealistic expectation. It's just not. If you don't want to take time away from playing pickleball with Jess and Tess to do it, that's a different story. That's fine. But don't tell me that it's realistic to say you could only get 3 curtain rods done in a multi-week span. Like, that's dumb. I'm just not having it. And while we're having this argument at this check-in at the end of July, we're going down like bullet points of things that we have to talk about. And I wish I still kept those lists because I'm sure there are things that I'm forgetting. It is what it is. But on that list, I know that my mom wanted me to ask about his birthday because his birthday was at the beginning of August and this was now the end of July. And she wanted to ask, are we supposed to be doing anything? Are we supposed to be celebrating? Is he expecting? You know, he's staying at her house. And my mom is very big about celebrating birthdays. She always makes a birthday cake for the birthday person on whatever kind of cake they want. And she's like, am I supposed to be making a cake? Will that stress him out? I don't know what to do. So I asked him, I said, my mom really wants to know the plan with your birthday. Are you wanting to celebrate with us? Are you not wanting to celebrate? Like, I know celebrating with everyone for 4th of July, you were not up for it with everything going on. I understand that. And we've now been arguing about curtains for over an hour. If you don't want to, that is fine. I just want to make sure, like, I know a birthday is different than 4th of July. I want to make sure that we're doing what you want to do. And my mom wanted me to ask. Tell me, this man. Actually, I'm having a birthday party thrown for me. It's going to be like a bunch of pickleball people. And I don't know if I want you there. You don't want me at your birthday? Okay, why? Then he lets me know that the birthday is being planned by Tess and Jess. What? Like, before I was bringing up Tess and Jess because I was like, please correct me and tell me you're not hanging out with this person. At least the one, if not the two. Please tell me you're not hanging out with them anymore. Like, correct me and tell me I'm wrong. It didn't take the bait and I just assumed I chalked it up to men not taking the hint. You're actually still hanging out with these people? What? She's planning your birthday party and you don't want me there? What are we doing? Why am I wasting my time with these check-ins? You are out all hours of the night. You can't find the time to come do the little bitty things that I've asked you to do. You don't want me at your birthday because this woman who has like approached you to have a relationship is throwing you a birthday party. What are we doing? Why are we wasting our time? I don't understand what we're doing here. I am so angry. I guess that didn't go the way my ex thought it was going to go because I was mad. I was mad. And he didn't expect me to be mad. In fact, he thought that that little bit of information would be the encouragement that I needed to get the initiative to win his attention back. I'm not kidding. I kid you not. This man told me there was never actually a birthday party planned by Jess and Tess. He made that up because he was feeling like I didn't want him anymore and he wanted to feel like I did. So he was trying to create a situation where I felt like I needed to compete and get his attention. Meet his wife, the one that he's begging for another chance. That's correct. You heard that correctly. Was that the truth? I don't know. I genuinely do not know to this day if he actually made up the birthday thing and like it was just a ploy to get me to feel like I need to compete for his attention and get jealous and blah, 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 blah. And like he wanted to see me jealous for sure. Or if he, again, it was real and he wanted me to get jealous and then saw how angry I was and then like called and told her to cancel it. I have no idea. Could not tell you. I do not know. All that I know is that he told me that he wanted me to feel jealous and wanted to watch me get jealous because he felt like he was losing my attention and affection and he wanted to watch me try to compete for it and get it back. I can't make this stuff up. And I lost it. I told him exactly that is so toxic and that is so unacceptable. And I never, ever want to be with a person who makes me feel like I have to compete for their attention. Much less, I would never allow a boyfriend to do that. My husband? Excuse me? I told you before, a spectacle to try and get an ego boost from me is like, that gives me the ick. That gives me the ick so badly. What? And he did not like that response because to him that was saying, I don't want to be with you and I'm done trying and blah, blah, blah. And I'm asking him, why are we even here? What are we even doing here? Like if you can't even respect me right now and you're being so disrespectful behind my back and manipulating me like this with other women, why are we even talking about getting back together? And that of course brought up again, well, if you don't want to take me back, then I guess you're just splitting up our family because I'm going to be taking Vixie and we're going to be split up for reals and blah, 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 blah. And I was not happy because again, we just had this discussion of you originally said that I was keeping the cats and then you got your feelings hurt later and you said you were taking Vixie. And then after that, you told me you were just trying to get a reaction out of me and you were sorry and you didn't mean it. And now you're getting your feelings hurt again and now you're taking Vixie again. And like this just, I'm not interested in this. Like no. And we ended the conversation that night and we went our separate ways and I let him know. I told him before he left, I do not feel safe having these conversations with you because anytime you hear something that you don't like, your first gut is to threaten me. So if you're serious about, I want you to keep the cats and I want you to do this and I want you to do, like, if you're serious about this stuff, I will not be doing another check-in until we create a separation agreement. So like in North Carolina law, for those of you guys that don't know, in North Carolina, you have to be separated for a year and a day in order to be divorced. And the status quo is everything is complete 50-50. And like it says on the government website. If 50-50 does not work for your family, you then create a separation agreement and you divide the assets however works for you guys, and you just submit that, whatever. So I told him, I will no longer be doing these check-ins. If any time he gets an answer he doesn't like, it's just threaten, I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna take that, blah, 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 blah. That if he actually is serious about wanting to split our assets the way we've already talked about, great. We're gonna put it in writing and we're gonna sign it and we're gonna notarize it, because I'm not doing this thing where you're just threatening me and manipulating me so that you don't take my cats. Or like I'm not doing that. So if you want to keep doing these, we're going to set up an agreement, because I don't trust you at this point. I don't trust anything that you say. I don't trust you to not try to manipulate or lie or do whatever to try and hurt my feelings. I don't trust you. I need it in writing and I need it notarized. Because if this keeps going the way that it is, and there's no progress, the way that there has been no progress, and we do end up getting divorced, I'm gonna have it in writing, and I'm not just gonna have you take things that you think are going to hurt me and things to hurt me because you're mad I didn't take you back. So like, if you're not serious about how you want to split the assets, that's fine. And you can tell me that. But going forwards, I'm not doing anything until we have this in writing and it's in a contract and it's notarized. And he's, no, I just get hot-headed. You know, I'm sorry. I know I get hot-headed and I lash out and I try to hurt you when I get my feelings hurt. I know, I understand. So we can look into an agreement. I don't want to be officially separated. And I said, well, we've been separated since May, but I don't want to have to move forward towards divorce though. I understand that. You're not really leaving me a choice. Things are not getting better. Things are not progressing. And it is what it, like, if you want to continue these check-ins, great. I will have it in writing that we already agreed that we were going to split things this certain way. If you don't want to do that anymore, that's fine. But I'm not having these check-ins and everything be contingent on, well, you can keep this stuff as long as you take me back. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing that. And he said, okay, we will create a separation agreement. We talked about whether or not we wanted to involve attorneys early on. We have a family friend that had recently gotten divorced, and it was very expensive to initially get a separation agreement. And I said, I don't really want to pay all that. Like, you're a lawyer. Can you not just look at something and tell me if it looks good? Like, I don't know. And he said, well, I'm not paying that for an attorney. I can't really afford that for an attorney. I said, yeah, I don't really want to pay that either. So neither of us wanted to or had the means to do that. And so we decided that we were going to do it on our own. And I said, you know what? I have some lawyer friends I can ask for advice from that work in family law. Obviously, I'm not going to have them do it for me for free, but I'll just get some opinions and advice and we'll see what we can do on our own. And he said, okay, that sounds good. And I said, we can look at some stuff and get things signed and notarized at a later date. I will find a document kind of template and fill it out, and we can look it over. We can talk about what we want to put on there. And then when we get it notarized, we can go back to doing our regular check-ins. But again, I'm not doing this back and forth. It's just not happening. And when it comes to big situations or big events in July, that would be the last one, there is a very, very minor text conversation that I am going to put on the screen and read to you guys, not because it has anything to do with anything right now in this moment in time, but it will eventually. So, this is from the last day of July, first day of August, and it is my ex reaching out to me and saying, hey, serious question, I need car insurance to switch the title for the CRV. Because, again, I gave him that car, but it was always in my parents' name. So they have to switch the title for him. It has nothing to do with me because, again, it was always in my parents' name, even though we did agree that we were all going to give him that car. So you guys are aware. I need car insurance to switch the title for the CRV. Would you want to combine under the AARP insurance or get separate policies for now? Bundling with AARP would most likely be cheaper for both of us, but may add one more thing to deal with later. I've already done quotes for Allstate and Progressive, so I'm fine with whatever you prefer. Just so everyone's aware. USAA is the insurance, it's not AARP. AARP is for retired people. I don't know why I don't know. It's fine. My response was, we can, but it won't be a long-term fix. people under the same insurance have to be under the same address. And he says, true, I wasn't really sure if or when I'd have another permanent address and thought it might save some money. It makes sense to do separate for now, but I just wanted to ask before purchasing, and I hope your week's going well. And I ended up telling him that for now, I don't mind combining it because, correct, he does not have a permanent address, technically. Like, we are separated. We're about to have a separation agreement, but I was fine with putting him under my insurance for now. I knew he wasn't going to pay me back for the I just knew he was not. And I also still had like the townhouse. Well, like our policy had both of our names under it, but like I'm paying for both. So at this point in time, I'm paying for all of our insurances, like the car insurance, the health insurance, all the bills of this house, all the bills of the townhouse that we're still trying to decide, you know, as my brother's moving out, are we selling it? Are we keeping it? I don't know. I'm paying for a lot of things, okay? And I feel that's why I get like so stressed out about work, and I have to work because like I got a lot of bills and I got a lot of things to pay for, and like if I'm not getting my work, like it's not like a regular 9-to-5 job where I have a steady, consistent income. You know, like if I don't get content out, I don't make money. And so that's where a lot of like my stress of like, I have to get work done comes from, which I hope you guys can understand. But that will be very important later. You'll see. So now we get into August. Like, I feel like the separation at this point has already been years. Like, it feels like it's been going on forever. There's just been so many issues. One after, it's like I feel like I just can't get a break, and I am stressed. And I'm gonna be honest, like, I feel at this point, to be so transparent, I felt like I was getting so close to like giving up hope of giving him chances, but that I wasn't allowed to, or he was gonna threaten to try to take the house or try to take the cat or try to take the car that I just bought. Like, I was hopeful that once we got this separation agreement, it would take that pressure off. And I feel so foolish looking back, but I genuinely believed maybe I'll be more into it once that pressure's off. Like, maybe once we have this signed agreement and I don't feel like I have this like goodie bag hanging over my head, maybe I'll be able to like be more in the moment and enjoy more and appreciate more. Like, I just convinced myself that I was not really able to give this another go because I felt pressure of him throwing a tantrum and threatening me with assets every time a conversation didn't go his way. Like, I genuinely believed once we get this signed, like I'll feel so much better and I will have all this pressure off me and I can actually like be, and we can actually date, and all, like, it'll just be nice. And I don't know, I really believed that, you know, like I believed that I would be more excited about it. So throughout August, I'm like researching North Carolina divorce decrees and separation agreements and trying to figure out like the procedures and the process and like what is and isn't acceptable. Like I'm not an attorney. I don't know what I'm doing. So like I did my best, and I just kind of like researched here and there throughout the month. But I still had a lot of trips during that time period, right? And I'm gonna show you this little bitty conversation from the beginning of August between us to highlight a couple things, some that are important now and some that will be important later. And so it's while I'm out of town, it is my ex reaching out to me and just saying, hey, for future reference, are you okay with me sleeping in our bed? Or would you prefer I sleep in the guest room for now when I stay at the house with the cats? Either way, I'll make sure that I shower and put on clean clothes each time. As you can see, it had been an issue before. Is this because the bed's more comfortable? Like, in my mind, when I'm getting this text message, my concern is, oh no, we're already going through so much. Is that bed not comfortable? Like, is it hurting his back? I know he has back and shoulder problems. Like, is this hurting him, or is he just trying to get back and finagle into the normalcy, which would be on brand for him. He does those kinds of things. We've seen this. He likes to finagle back to normal. He has already put out the thing of, I need things to get back to normal by August. We saw well, at least I saw the journal entry thing, or at least the one statement. So that's where my mind was going, is like, why are you asking this? Is it because it's comfortable? Is it another reason? Like, I'm not really sure. And he says, it is. But to sleep with Milo as well, because Milo does stay in my bed. When I'm gone, he misses me. He will sleep in my blankets. That makes sense. I really miss the cats when I'm away, but I also completely understand if I need to respect your space for now. And we ended up hopping on the phone. I told him that with everything going on, I was more comfortable if he stayed in the guest room. But if it was an uncomfortable bed, I would absolutely be willing to figure out, like, okay, do we need to get a mattress pad? Do we need to get a mattress? Like, I want you to be comfortable. I don't want you to, you're doing a nice thing for me. You're helping me with the cats while I'm out of town. Like, and I understand that right now we're trying to work through things. There is cats too. I understand that there's gonna be people that are like, well, they're his cats. I understand this. But like, I still see it as, oh, you're doing me a favor while I'm out of town. I appreciate it. I don't want you to be uncomfortable while you're doing me this favor. But I did ultimately tell him that with how things are going, I was not comfortable with him sleeping in my bed. And that's just how I was feeling at the time. And I decided to include like the next little bit of conversation that we had, because again, it will matter later on. Just trust me on that. And I'm gonna put it on the screen if you wanna read. For everyone listening, just with audio on the podcast, it's just a text of him, like, again, asking about the USSA insurance, saying that he tried to talk to the people, but that because I'm the primary on it, like, they need me to call and they need me to talk to them. And I say, okay, yeah, I'll get it done. We talk about how much it's gonna be. He's like, oh yeah, I'll pay my part, don't worry. He never did. We'll get to that later. But the big important thing is the last little bit of this conversation when I bring up, again, this is early August, of we need to get that document notarized in regards to the separation agreement. And he's, well, what document are you referring to? And of course he knows what I'm referring to. So again, we hop on the phone and we talk about, no, we said we were gonna get this separation agreement. And I know I told you I would not do a check-in before we get one. And I've already kind of said I would go back on that because we want to be diligent and thorough with this document and not just toss something around. So we did have some check-ins coming up that I agreed to, even though I said I would not do another check-in before it was signed and notarized. I already went back on that. It's fine. We actually decided that we were going to do a couple check-ins, like, to look at the document and talk about the document, and also check in and like watch shows, do movies, things like that. But like, we were going to utilize that time to look it over, discuss it, change anything that we wanted to change, those kinds of things. But he was going to be going to his family's for a couple days. They wanted to celebrate his birthday as well. We celebrated with my parents, and then he went to go celebrate with his family. He invited me to go, but I did not. And someone else who has a birthday in that month is my dad. And one of my dad's favorite things in the world, I still don't know why, but he likes what he likes. It's fine. My dad loves going to the movie theater. My dad loves going to the movie theater so much. Like, it's just his favorite thing. If he has multiple days off in a row, he'll like just look and see what's playing and just, okay, do you want to go see this? Or do you want, like, he just loves the movie theater. And at the time, Deadpool was out, and he loves Marvel. He loves, he's a Marvel guy. You know who has always hated movie theaters is my ex-husband, or soon-to-be ex-husband. He has always voiced that it felt like a waste of time, a waste of money. Why would I pay to go to a theater when I can just watch it in a couple months at my house? Hated it. Was not interested in it. Like, for years would opt to just not go to the movies with us, and we would just go by ourselves. So when my dad was expressing that he had some days off and Deadpool was out and he really wanted to see the movie, it didn't even dawn on me to consider, oh, my ex is out of town, we should wait for him to come back, because he's always been so adamant about not wanting to go with us. Like, he just hates the movie theater. Like, would genuinely cause a fight if I tried to insist that he join us. So we didn't even tell him about it. Not because of everything that was going on, but because he always opts to not, and he was out of town. So okay, sure. Low key, it wouldn't surprise me if, like, with everything going on, my parents also just wanted like a quiet family night for my dad's birthday, which is fair. But like, I didn't even think about it, I'm not gonna lie, because again, he never wants to go. As I'm like, the morning that we're going to the movie theater, my ex just so happens to call me, and I'm like getting in the car, and he's like, oh, where are you going? You're just making conversation. I said, oh, we're going to the movies. My dad really wanted to see Deadpool for his birthday. And my ex just flips out and he's so upset. What do you mean you're going to see Deadpool for your dad's birthday? And I was really confused. And I was like, I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening. And he's like, why would you not invite me? We're just going to the movie theater. Like, we're not doing anything crazy. We're just going to the movie theater. Well, you didn't invite me. Well, you don't usually like to go. Like, I wasn't trying to disclude you. You're like out of town and you never want to go. So I didn't even think about scheduling and about when you'd be in town, because now is when my dad has off. You're not around and you always say no. You always decline to go. So I'm not understanding like this very elaborate reaction right now. And he was just so adamant that I excluded him, and he was so hurt and so upset and devastated about it. And he's, well, can you just go to a later showing later in the day? And I can hop in the car right now. And I was like, we already got tickets. We're on the way. You don't even really like you don't even like movies. My ex he's never really liked TV shows or movies. He said that he doesn't like just sitting there doing nothing. He wants to be actively like doing something. He doesn't like movies. He doesn't like TV shows. He doesn't like movie theaters. I was like, I'm sorry. I didn't intend for you to feel that way. I didn't do that on purpose. I genuinely thought you weren't going to be interested. But like with everything going on, I low-key also didn't feel like I had to run celebrating my dad's birthday by him. You might not agree with me, but at this point, like, that's kind of what I'm feeling is like, you're mad I didn't run my father's birthday celebration schedule by you? Okay. But he hops in the car and he comes home anyways so that he can be around for dinner, for the dinner that we have when we're celebrating my dad's birthday. That's fine. Sure. And I'm sure my dad appreciated it. He was happily surprised, like, oh, you made such an effort. Thank you so much. Blah, blah, all the things, right? But then he tells my parents, like, I wasn't like neck with them for this conversation. I don't know if I was in the bathroom. I don't know. But he tells my parents, like, hey, I'm coming back tonight, but after dinner, Rebecca and I had a scheduled check-in after dinner, and so I'm gonna go back to the house with her, and then I'll be back, just so you're not wondering where I am. News to me, he wasn't even supposed to be home that day. He was supposed to still be at his family's house, but didn't even tell me he was coming. He just hopped in the car and followed me home. And then on the way home, I called my parents and I was like, I think he's following me. And they're like, yeah, he told us that you had a scheduled check-in. And I said, no, news to me. Okay, it's already kind of late, I guess. All right. So I get back and I told him, I didn't know we had a check-in today. He's like, well, it's been a while, and you said that we could still do check-ins even if we don't have the agreement. Like, you changed your mind about that. And I was like, yeah, but it's already after dinner. Starting one now feels like it's gonna be a late night. And he just was very adamant that he needed to talk to me, and he had something very important that he needed to tell me. And I said, okay. So he sat me down, and he lets me know that he doesn't feel like the check-ins are enough, that he's decided that it's time that we really start going on dates again and just really start casually dating more consistently. And I was very confused because from my perspective, it just felt like everything that has been happening has just been like a steady decline, a steady negative. Like, there has not been really any positive progress from my point of view. And I wasn't understanding what he was seeing that I wasn't. And I just straight up asked him. I said, in what world? Like, from my perspective, again, I feel like we have only taken steps backwards, and I have not seen any positive steps forwards. What is it that you're seeing that I clearly am not, that makes you feel like the next logical step is we need to start casually dating and go on more dates during the week and do the fancy like courting kinds of things? And I swear, like, I laugh so I don't start crying. He lets me know he doesn't know what I'm talking about because there's been so many positive steps. And the biggest one that he wanted to bring to my attention was that he was at pickleball recently, and a bunch of guys, he was playing with a bunch of guy friends over there, and they started talking about how they were gonna go to a strip club afterwards and kept telling him that he should come with them and he should come hang out and it would be so much fun, let off some steam, blah, 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 you're separated. And he didn't want to do that. And not only did he not want to do that, he decided he shouldn't associate with them anymore because they're going to a strip club. And nope, he respects his wife. He's not going to do that. He's not going to associate with these men who go to strip clubs. And that is why we're ready to start dating. He declined an invitation to a strip club and decided to not hang out with those guys anymore. And that is the impressive big step that he was ready to wow me with. In that moment, I just remember feeling so insulted that like, this is the bar that you're trying to impress me with. Like I still feel as speechless about it now as I did then. And I just remember thinking, this can't be real. There's no way is this real? What is happening? And he was not happy that I was not impressed with this gesture. And it caused a slew of arguments, fights, bickering back and forth. Like I don't understand it, but he could not understand why this was not impressive. He could not understand why this was not like a big gesture. And I don't know who told him it would be. I'm still so baffled about this to this day. I don't know. So we end that conversation. We both need time to cool off. He goes back to my parents' house and I feel like I need a break. I'm feeling so defeated at this point. I'm really realizing this is most likely like the end of my marriage. And like not very long later, we have a conversation because my mom is expecting company and she lets me know that a couple of my cousins are most likely going to be coming into town and one will need, there's two places that like guests are really able to stay in my parents' house now that my brother and I aren't living there. There's the guest room, there's the bonus room, and she lets me know, hey, if I have these cousins coming and their kids coming, I'm gonna need the space and I'm probably gonna need A to stay in the guest room. And I tell her, not a problem, absolutely. Sure, I can make that work. It ended up that only one cousin was coming, so there was room at my mom's house, but my ex asked, is it okay if I still stay at your place? And I said, I thought the other cousins weren't coming. And he's like, yeah, but if I'm at your mom's house, the other cousins, they're gonna ask questions. And again, I don't want anyone to know what's going on, because if we can resolve this, then no one even really needs to know. And I was kind of over it. So I said, it's fine. You can stay in the guest room for a little bit of time until she's gone, not a big deal. And while he was here for a few days, I felt like I was getting to my wit's end. The weirdest things that like shouldn't be a problem, he made it an issue. There are three things that really come to my mind. So first things first, as you guys know, I spend a lot of time, with my friends on Discord, whether we're playing games together, whether we're all doing our work and just kind of on and just having human presence and just not feeling isolated. We do that a lot. And one morning I woke up and I just got on and I was telling everyone good morning and I was getting some computer work done while just chatting with my friends on Discord. And one of my friends, I call him one of my girly pops, love this man to death. And we start joking around about some of the most attractive men are gay. And it is so upsetting to women. It's such a disservice. Like, we're joking. Like, it's all jokes. It's funny. But like some of the most gorgeous men like other men, it is not fair. Like, we're joking around, And my ex comes to me very upset and lets me know that he finds it very disrespectful that I would be talking about hot gay men with my guy friends, my girly pop guy friends, in his presence. And that I need to do better at being aware that like he can hear me. And he would appreciate if I did not talk about hot gay men while he was at my house and while he was able to hear me. And I just remember being like, what? What, like, you're lecturing me about attractive men who like other men. Like, there's no way I will ever date a gay man because they don't like me. They're not interested in me. But you can talk about inappropriate things with other women. Like this, I was not happy. I was not happy. So that was like one example of like, this shouldn't, I feel like this shouldn't be an issue. Maybe you guys see something that I don't, and that's also fine. But I was like, I don't feel like this needs to be an issue. Another one, and I'm gonna put a photo on the screen of a photo that I sent to some of my friends while my ex was staying with me, because he was adamant that, you know, he was going to help me around the house while he was there. And I had some groceries come in, and he's, oh, I'll put them away. I'll put them in the fridge. And as you can see, like, there's an organizational system going, and one thing doesn't really align. Like, does anyone else see, like, I feel, I don't know if this even fits for weaponized incompetence. Maybe that's not the right term, but that is the only word that I could hear in my head when I opened my fridge and I saw this. For why? And I feel like there's even gonna be a lot of people, mostly men, but like, there could be other women too. They're like, I don't understand the problem. Maybe that's the problem. When there's like a very clear organizational structure going on and you're just kind of like tossing things in a bin, what's the word I'm looking for? I guarantee I probably forgot to take my Adderall today. That's a me problem. That's why I can't figure out what words I'm thinking of. Efficient. There's an efficient way to use bins like this. This is not, like, you can see the efficiency of like how they're supposed to lay, that's how more of them can fit. This is not that, and that's not helpful. Yet the thought is, oh, I'm helping her put groceries away. The reality is now I have to go back and take them out and redo it. I should have just done it from the beginning. You didn't save me any time. It's actually probably gonna take me more time. And I know there's gonna be people in the comments that are like, it doesn't take you that long to just rotate them. It takes more time than it would have to just put them in the right way in the first place. It takes less time for me to take them out of the bag and put them in the fridge correctly than it would take for me to take them out of the fridge and then put them back. This isn't helpful. Just because the gesture in theory is helpful doesn't mean this was actually helpful to me. It was actually, and again, we see this pattern of, sure, in theory, but this is not productive. And then the last one, as you guys know, I got the electric vehicle. I got the Tesla before all the Elon stuff. I just always need to say that. Anyways. And I wanted to install like the electric charger, like the good charger at my house, because the one that I had that it comes with is slow. Like, it'll take multiple days to charge that thing up. And you know, the electrical company locally had this initiative that if you get an electric car, they'll come and they'll install the stuff, and it's much more efficient, and it's like you get a rebate. It's great, right? So I was gonna have that done, and it was decided that, you know, where I originally parked my car, it could not be where the charger was because the electrical panel was on the other side. So, you know, I had like workout equipment over there, like things like that, and it was decided I'm gonna need to move everything over. And my ex said that while he was at my house, he was going to have, I think it was like my dad and my brother come help him, and they were gonna move everything to the other side of the garage for me. Great, thank you. That's really helpful, actually. That's very helpful. The problem was, what's still in my driveway, if you remember? Because I drive my Tesla and he's driving my CRV, but you know what's never left my driveway the entire time? You probably remember from part 1, me talking about his first car, the one that has never seen a car wash, the one that floods if it's not parked at a certain angle. That Mustang is still in my driveway. And I don't actually know the last time someone drove it. Truly, it's been at a minimum months. Because especially like this is August and I got my car in May. So at a minimum, like no one has driven it since then. No idea if there's gas in it or not. But it is where my car needs to go in order to reach the charger that is now installed on my wall. And you might be thinking, well, that's no problem, Rebecca, just move the Mustang. Aha! If only it were that easy. Because I go to get the keys to the Mustang and I put it in the ignition and I try to start it and it doesn't start. Problem. And you might be saying, Rebecca, that's not a problem, just get the jumper cables. Oh, well, that's so interesting because my vehicle is an electric vehicle, and the one vehicle that isn't an electric vehicle. My ex has, and he's not living there anymore. So like literally he finishes the garage and he just goes back to my parents' house. And I can't charge my car, and I have things that I need to do that day. I have places I need to go that day. And I just can't, because I can't even plug in my car to charge it, because his other car that he refuses to get rid of is still in my driveway and won't start, and I don't have jumper cables because I have an electric vehicle. He has the jumper cables. So I sent him a text message that night because I need to charge my car that night so that I can go to the places I need to go to the next day. And I texted him and I said, I can't charge my car. You guys moved everything to the other side of the garage, but you never moved the Mustang, and it's dead, and the jumper cables are in the CRV, and I can't get my car to the other side of the garage. Like, I'm just, there's a lot of dots in my message because I'm just mad and like over it at this point. Like, and he says, oh, shoot, I meant to do that this morning. I just didn't go to the house, but I finished the last tour and I'll run over and move it. So he did the garage, went home, a day went by, then he had to do things at the townhouse. Because again, like he has already said, I'm going to do tenant stuff. I'm going to show the house. I'm going to handle all that. So I'm pretty sure he was giving tours at the townhouse, maybe. Unless he was doing pickleball stuff. I genuinely don't know. It really doesn't matter. I guess I guess I mentioned the townhouse stuff because I was like, if that was what he was doing, give him some props for actually getting some of that stuff done. But I genuinely don't remember. Because now that I think about it, why would he be the one giving tours and not the real estate agent? But I actually don't remember, to be honest. I don't know what he's referring to in regards to tours. Hi, Milo. You accepting defeat? We're good to stay in here for a bit. I know, I'm sorry. I know you prefer the other room. And was that text necessarily like the most important one to show you? No, but I just know when I have the receipts between him and I for some of these situations, like I feel like I have to put it on the screen because I just know without them there's gonna be, well, so we just take your word for it? Oh, just trust me, bro. Like, no matter how many times I can show blatant lying and manipulation on his part, I know there's still gonna be people, well, I don't know if I trust you about this. Okay, so yeah, for this one, I have a receipt to show that I couldn't get to my other side of the garage. I couldn't get to the side of the garage to charge my car. So yeah, for this, I have a receipt to show that the drinks, it's just weaponized incompetence. Or I have a receipt to show about the cat pee on the clothes. Or I have a receipt to show about the charger in the garage. Like, if I have them, I'm gonna show them because I know that if I don't, someone is gonna, I don't believe her. How do we know? How do we know? And it's so interesting because even in part one, when I showed all the receipts because I knew people would act like that, well then it's, wow, you're really just giving so many details and airing out your dirty laundry. Like, you don't have to be that specific. But then now in this part too, I know there's gonna be people, well, we just don't have any proof. Like, there's just no winning. There really is no winning. So anyways, I'm just gonna move on and keep telling my story, and you can choose to take my word for it or not. Oh, my sweet baby. Don't worry, Bubby. I like you. I love you. And now we get to a very, I'm going to put my hair up again while I tell you guys about this because it just keeps falling. We get to a very important time in August where, you know, as I said, throughout this whole month, I've been looking up separation agreements and divorce decrees and like what is required and what does that look like. And I have a friend that points me to just like separation agreement templates because he's like, oh yeah, I don't think they have to be like anything specific. And you know, I don't practice in North Carolina, but like your husband will be able to tell you like the basics of like, is it missing anything that's required? Is it whatever? Okay, sure. So I get a template and I fill it out, and it basically is just like, do you have any kids? No. Okay, you can skip that part. Okay, what assets is the wife keeping? What assets is the husband keeping? And I just fill it out based on what he and I have talked about it before. And it's just like the big assets, you know, like we agreed that we were going to keep the money in our own bank accounts. We were going to keep the stocks in our own, the first version, I didn't even have the stocks listed. One second. So I put the money in our own bank accounts. I put, you know, he can keep the CRV. I'll keep my car. I'll keep the Tesla. We'll split the townhouse because we both invested in it. We both put money into it. And then I would keep this house because I'm the only one that worked for any penny that was put into this house, whether it be buying it, maintaining it, cleaning it, whatever. That's what we agreed on. We said that I was going to keep all the camera equipment, he would keep all the sports equipment and the tools, that I was going to keep the cats, that he would keep, he had many, many firearms from his father. He can have all of them. Not interested. So that was kind of the gist of our first version. And we looked at it and we talked about it, and there were a couple issues that my ex had with it at first. And there were three big things that he wanted us to look at, just three. There was the beneficiary clause he had a problem with, and he questioned why it needed to be in there and asked if we could take it out. And what that was he didn't like that it said that once signed, like while we were separated, if something happened to either of us before we got divorced, we wouldn't be each other's beneficiaries anymore. And I felt like that was a weird complaint. I was like, what, are you trying to kill me or something? And he's like, no, but like if something were to happen, you wouldn't want me to have all your assets? And I was like, no. If we decide to separate, or like, do I want you to just automatically get all of my assets right now with how things are? No. That felt weird to me. I wasn't a fan. And it wouldn't even let me take that part out, but I didn't want to anyways, to be perfectly clear. Next he said that I didn't include the Mustang. Valid. I didn't even think about it, to be honest. I didn't even think we were able to put it on there because that car was in his dad's name. Okay, sure. If you want me to add it, I will add it. And the last thing is he's like, well, you didn't even put in our stocks. I forgot we had stocks, to be honest. I forgot we even had the Robinhood accounts, because that was something that years ago, he wanted to play around with, like investing and day trading, blah, 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 and then like never touched it again. Didn't even remember it was there. Sure. Okay, yeah, valid, I can add those. And then I remember him getting annoyed. I asked why, and he's, well, if I didn't say anything, then I would have just automatically gotten half, would I? And I was like, wait, you're acting like it's just a done deal that we're just getting divorced. And if that's where we're heading, that's fine. But that's just like a weird comment to make. But okay, sure. So I added the Mustang onto his assets, things that were going to him. We did not take out the beneficiary clause, and I added that we would not only keep the funds in our own bank account, but we would keep the stocks in our own name. Cool. And not only that, like we read it over, we decided, okay, this is fine. But then my ex, as you can see from, I'm gonna put a text on the screen, is the one that even picked the day and time that in the place that we were meeting, which will be important later. And on our way, like we were talking on the phone on the way, and he said, you know, we probably should have been more specific with the stocks, because I'm pretty sure that everything is just in your name with the stocks. And I said, oh, I didn't know that you set them up that way. Do we need to change it? Like I can change it and print out the different versions. And he said, no, it's fine, because I trust that when it comes to like my parts, the parts that from the money that I put in, you're not going to keep that away from me. And I said, yeah, of course. Like, I'm not going to keep away something that belongs to you. I'm not like that at all. But if you want to change it in the document, I can just print off different copies now. He's, no, that's a waste of paper. I said, okay, sure. So we go to the bank near the house where we get it notarized. And it was such an awkward moment, because like, this is obviously a very somber situation. Like, we're both acknowledging this is a very big step towards dissolving our marriage. And the I Like to Move It song from Madagascar was playing on the speaker. And we were both like making awkward, uncomfortable jokes about like that song. Like, this is a interesting song to be playing as we're signing a separation agreement. And I don't know the actual intentions behind both his surprise and his question, but I can tell you what my overthinking brain went to immediately. So while we were there, I had 3 versions of this separation agreement printed out. Not like 3 different versions, but like 3 copies. You know what I mean? And I planned, you know, I'm not an attorney. I don't understand. Like, I assumed one for me, one for him, and one for the county. Like, one for me, one for him, one for the county. Yes, I should have taken Adderall today. I think I forgot. And that I assumed that I was going to have 3 for all of us to have, you know, the copy. And he was just very bothered by the fact that I had 3 copies. Like, he kept asking, why are there 3 copies? Why are there 3 of them? Do we have to sign all 3 of them? Why are there multiple? And I don't know what the intention was behind the concern for there being 3 copies, but I do know that I told my mom, and where my head went, that knowing him, I was genuinely concerned that he had in his head at some point that he was gonna make a romantic gesture and rip it up to show that it wasn't over and it's not gonna be over. Like, this is genuinely what I thought was going through his head, just knowing him. And I could be way off. That's just immediately where my brain went. And I just remember thinking, thank goodness I have 3 copies of this, because what the heck? And I told him, you know, 1 for me, 1 for you, 1 for the county. And he said I don't want a copy, knowing that I don't even want to separate. I don't want a separation agreement. I don't even want to be doing this right now. I want things to go back to normal. The document existing upsets me, and I don't like it. I don't want it anywhere near me. I don't want it with me. I don't want to look at it. I don't even want to feel like it exists. And I said, okay, cool. I also learned that I don't have to turn a copy of it into the county. And I was like, oh, I guess I just have 3 copies. So I took a copy, my mom took a copy, and then I kept a copy at my brother's house. It made me feel better, right? And because I felt like I now had this security that I could actually be in this attempt to salvage any aspect of our marriage, and I could actually be true to my feelings in this moment. I didn't have to pretend it was it's not like I was pretending it was going well. I was not. I was being very honest and upfront. But I had this mental inclination, or not I had this mental I don't even know what to call it. But I was just convinced that I couldn't accurately tell my feelings about what was happening while he just willy-nilly threatened me with assets all the time. And that now that wasn't an issue, now that we have this document, I could actually be true to how I'm feeling, and I could enjoy the time with him if I was enjoying the time with him, or decide this is over if it's really over and if it's time to be over. And because I felt comfortable with this, and I was accepting that, okay, the real decision is most likely going to be manifesting in my brain very soon, now that this pressure is off my shoulders, I decided it was time to come clean to my mom and tell her what's really been going on and what I've been kind of realizing has been not just happening throughout the marriage, but even during separation. Remember, she didn't know anything. She didn't know about, the physical abuse. She didn't know about all these insane things that were happening while we were separated, because she was doing me this favor of letting me live with him, or letting him live with her. And she and I talked. I know there's going to be a lot of people who think that's very messed up of me for letting him be there, knowing how he's treated me. She and I have talked about it. It's fine. We are both happy that happened the way that it did. And she's happy that she was able to take that pressure off of my shoulders for me. But I came clean to her, and after that conversation, she said, I can't have him in my house anymore. And I said, that's understandable. I understand that, and that is your decision. And so she let him know that long term, this was not going to be a thing long term, that he was not going to be able to stay there forever, and that it was probably time that he start looking at what some other options were going to be, because especially if we don't get back together, which we had just signed a separation agreement, it doesn't look like we're moving in the way of salvaging anything. He can't just live with her forever. He was very upset about this, understandably. So there were a couple options that he was looking at. He still did not want to go back with his family for a couple reasons. One, he obviously had the pickleball stuff. And 2, he was determined that if he felt like there was a chance that we could work things out, then he was staying in. That him going back home meant that things were over, and he wasn't ready for that. And it was around this time, I don't remember exactly when, I think it was around this conversation too, that I asked him. I said, well, the pickleball stuff, but didn't you also say you were looking into programs for massage therapy? Did you ever look into that? Is that something that you're still interested in? And he let me know that is no longer a goal of his. because he found out that programs can be over a year long and they cost a lot of money, and he's just not interested anymore. Okay, so in discussing, he wants to stay in, he still doesn't want to go to a friend's house because he still does not want anyone to know what's happening. He's ashamed to ask any of his friends that have a family because they are family men, and he can't admit to them how he's destroyed his family, were the words that he used to me. That he was embarrassed and ashamed and didn't want them to know anything. And I said, what are you gonna do if we don't resolve anything? And he's like, it was like, that's not an option that I'm willing to accept right now, so I'm not even gonna consider it. Okay, sure. And he also brought up, now that your brother is moved out of the townhouse, or at least is in the process. I don't remember the exact when that happened, sometime July, August. But then the townhouse became an option. Are you sure you want to sell it? Are you sure you want to rent it? Maybe I can live in the townhouse. And I asked him, can you live in the townhouse? I don't know what your finances looked like. Before, you told me you were making $3,000 to $5,000 a month. But then over summer, your paychecks ended up being way less than that, which is not the end of the world. I'm not understanding, and I want to make sure that you can afford that, because you said you wouldn't go get another apartment or a hotel because it was too expensive. So I'm just trying to understand. And he told me that the paychecks from over the summer were a complete misunderstanding, that there was just some financial clerical errors, or I don't know, but that he would be getting back pay for what he was really owed. And straight up told me over the summer that he had a good chunk of money in his, over 10 grand. There's not I feel weird putting the exact number of someone's finances. Just a good chunk of money. I'm not going to give the exact amount because that just feels weird to me. If it ends up being in a screenshot, I'll try to cross it out. But I am going to share this text of, again, another one of these conversations about options, and do you want to get an apartment? Do you want to live in the townhouse? What option are we going for, kind of thing. And I asked again, can you afford the townhouse? And he says in this text message, before he told me $3,000 to $5,000 a month. Now he's saying I'm usually closer to $4,000 a month or more. I'm trying to increase that closer to $6,000 to $7,000 consistently by October or November, and start something that will lead to career work experience while I really contemplate what I want to do long term. This is going to be very important. This, again, all summer he's been telling me, I have this money. I'm making $3,000 to $5,000 a month. I have all this money in my bank account. This, again, in August, telling me, it's even picked up. Now it's closer. I'm making consistently $4,000 a month, and I'm hoping to increase it by another few $1,000s a month within the next few months. This will all be very important later. So in my brain, think about it. He's insisting that he's been making $4,000 a month since starting at this place. He started in February. He said he was originally making $3,000, which is not the end of the world. We'll be a little loose with the numbers, right? He has not had to pay rent, bills. I guess the utilities for this house are in his name. So yes, he's been paying the utilities for this house while I've been paying the insurance. That's kind of what we came up with, the deal, that I would pay for all the insurance stuff and he would pay the utilities. But if he needed me to take over the utilities, I could. But that's all he's paying for right now is the utilities. And if he doesn't want what my mom made for dinner, other dinner. That's it. So he's making thousands of dollars a month with no real bills. He already told me he had over 10 grand in his account over summer, early summer. So then to me in my brain, he's really saving up a lot of money at this point, right? Why would I not think that? I feel that's very logical thinking on my part, reasonable thinking on my part. And again, this will be very important later on. And I'm still, very prone to, I would like to sell the townhouse. I don't want to deal with renting. I'm going to deal with renting. I'll deal with the people. There was some issue with the ceiling. I don't know a lot of the details. He didn't really give me the details. He just let me know that there was an issue with the ceiling, some leak in the ceiling or something, and that he was going to take care of it and handle it. And that is the last that I heard about it for a while. Okay, I said, let me know what you need, let me know whatever. Never heard about it for a long time, okay? And at one point, he asked if it was an option to rent out the townhouse and use all the profits we were getting for the townhouse to pay for him to live somewhere. And I was like, why would we do that? And he's like, why would we not? And I was like, you want me to pay this mortgage and the townhouse mortgage and give you the profits for you to get a free place to live? No, I'm not doing that. He's, well, I didn't even think about that. I wouldn't ask you to do that. And I'm like, okay, because that's not an option. And then he was offered, or at least he says, I genuinely don't know. None of the stories really make sense to me at this point anymore. But I guess a friend of his at pickleball offered that he could stay at his place, and he said that he could stay there for free. Wonderful. Love that for you. And I even asked, do you need furniture? Nope, it's completely furnished. Okay, sounds good. Let me know what you need. So he was still very adamant that he wanted to rent out the townhouse. He went to go take care of the ceiling issue. And I had a housekeeper come and help me like deep clean the house, because I was just starting to get like very overwhelmed. And I was like, you know what? It's fine. I schedule her to come. And all of a sudden the day of, I realize I bought all these cleaning supplies for when she comes. And I put them right here in the pantry, and now I can't find them. Did I move them? And I spent like an hour looking in the garage, looking wherever. I cannot find, like, and it's not just cleaning supplies, my vacuum, any vacuum, like I have a vacuum, I have a hand vacuum, like any vacuum, all of my cleaning supplies, everything. I don't know where it's at. Like I just bought stuff last week. And I send my ex a text message and I say, hey, because I knew that he said that he was going to have the same housekeeper go to the townhouse the week before. And I remembered that my ex asked me if he could borrow some of the stuff that I bought for her to also come clean the townhouse. And I said, yeah, but I assumed that he was going to bring it back. Maybe that's my bad for assuming that he'd bring it back and put it where he found it. Maybe I shouldn't have assumed that. Surely he brought it back and just didn't put it in the exact same spot. So I texted him, the cleaning stuff that you used for the townhouse, where is it? And he said, oh, I'm sorry, I'm in clinics today. The housekeeper used it last at the townhouse last week, so it should still be there, as I was planning to go pick it up when I went back on Tuesday. I said, the housekeeper's gonna be at my house in 5 minutes. I don't have time to go to the townhouse to get them. Oh, I'm sorry, but I haven't had time to go over to the townhouse this week, and I would have made a point to bring them back to you if I had known. Your mom said that she usually has cleaning supplies in her car that she really likes, so hopefully she'll have what she needs. And I said, I just didn't realize you didn't bring them back. He said, my bad. I knew the ceiling people still had some work to do, and I was gonna tidy up after their viewings. I've just been completely booked this week. Is the vacuum there also? Yeah, the cleaning people had to have a vacuum. Sorry for the hassle. When are the ceiling people coming? Oh, they came on Tuesday. It should be finished now. Got it. So I understand that we've already established that you don't clean regularly. But I made it a very big deal that it needed to be done regularly. And so let me like get you some days. Hold on. I'm gonna open my calendar really quickly just to really look at like what days this looked like, okay? So we're having this conversation on August 30th. August 30th was a Friday. He took them last week. He asked if he could use my cleaning supplies, and I assumed, like the week before, I assumed, maybe that was my fault for assuming, I assumed that if he was asking the week before, hey, can I bring the cleaning stuff to the townhouse for the housekeeper to use over there? Sure, I assumed he would bring them back to my house. He's then saying that on Tuesday, the ceiling people needed the vacuum to get their work done. And there was no time on Wednesday or Thursday, well, Tuesday evening, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday morning to bring them back. Meaning that I don't have anything, no vacuum, no nothing in my house to clean anything with for over a week. And you thought that was just normal to not have anything in my house to clean with for over a week? I did not like that. And maybe you're like, you can go a week without using clean. You never know what you might need. Like, what if a cat had an accident? What if, I spilled something and I needed to clean my carpet? What if I spilled something on the floor? I needed to clean the floor. Like, I needed a vacuum for something. If you're gonna ask to borrow people's stuff, bring it back. Like, I understand it's our townhouse. But if you're gonna take it upon yourself of, I'm gonna take care of it, don't worry. That means you're taking stuff off of my plate. If I'm doing X, Y, Z to make sure that my house is cleaned and taken care of, and then you're taking away the things that I prepared for that, that's not taking something off my plate. Taking things that I have in my house to keep my house clean, as clean as I want it to be, that's not taking something off my plate. That's not helpful. So it's like, again, the things that he's choosing to do, it's not helping. And maybe I'm just being a brat. I don't know, but at this point, I'm so frustrated. And as this is happening, I'm at my limits to the point that I'm just opening up to my mom and even both my parents more and more about what is happening, because now that we have the separation agreement, I don't feel like I have to just pretend like there's not a problem. I'm just at my wit's end, and as more issues come up, I just more and more need to talk about it and get it off my chest and feel like I'm not crazy. And this was kind of my biggest question for myself even at the time is, am I being a brat? If all of this is happening and I'm fed up, am I bad for just wanting to be done at this point? Am I bad for not wanting to give him more opportunities to disappoint me and insult me and get my hopes up? I'm getting to the point, I'm so frustrated, and I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of people in the comments that are like, oh, well, you were just waiting to secure your assets and then you were good. That's not it at all. In fact, I actually think that I was so confident that having that document would make me be able to enjoy interacting with him. I was convinced that, because the pressure's gone and there's no more threats about assets and there's no more whatever, and I can just be and not worry about, is this gonna upset him? Is that gonna make him threaten to take the cat? I was convinced that having this agreement would take all the pressure off and allow me to really just enjoy and appreciate him more. And it just made me realize, why have I been allowing this for so long? At this point, at the end of August, I'm thinking, I honestly, after everything with Jess should have just been done. Why have I been letting this go on for so long? Why? Why am I doing this to myself? Now, I was not at a point yet where I was like, I never want to speak to this person again. I hate him, blah, blah. I was not there at all, in the slightest bit. I'll be so honest. For the longest time, for months after we separated, and I think honestly, even at this point, my big thing was even if we don't end up together, I'm scared to lose him from my life. Because I still saw him as my best friend. I still saw him as someone that I've done 10 years of my life with. This was really the scariest thing for me, because as the pressure came off my shoulders with this separation agreement, and I realized that I felt more done and fed up than I realized. The biggest, scariest part of that was, am I gonna lose my best friend too? And I really wrestled with this concept of this person has used me and abused me and lied to me, and I can't prove it, but I'm pretty sure has cheated on me, and I just feel manipulated and gaslit, and I shouldn't care, but I do. And I don't want him out of my life completely. This is still someone that I grew up with. And that was a really big struggle as I entered into September and really just saw my even the hope of salvation in my marriage just crumbling. before my eyes. And I wrestled with this concept for a really long time. I mean, I wrestled with it throughout all summer, and like even harder end of August to the beginning of September. And my therapist and I talked about this for weeks, and I kind of came to the conclusion that like I can't live like this forever. If my ex was not interested in changing anything, really, like we're still lying, we're still manipulating, we're still keeping other women who are making advances at him in our lives, or we're using them to try and make me jealous for an ego boost. Like, we're not self-aware, we're not thinking about others, we're not like making my life easier. And I had a conversation with him about like in September, I don't remember at what point, but I had a conversation with him about the most upsetting realization that I had made is that he had been out of the house for a long time at this point, like months, and my days didn't feel more difficult. I didn't really feel a change in what I was doing. And that is how removed from my life he'd been for so long that it was normal that he wasn't a part of my daily routines. I was still eating exactly what I was eating because he wasn't cooking or anything like that. Like, again, like Factor was sponsoring the podcast, so that's what I would eat, was Factors. The house was actually cleaner than what it was because I hired a housekeeper to help me. And like my health was doing, like in that aspect, my health was doing great. Like mentally, I was a mess. Like my hair had been falling out. I'm still trying to get my hair to the fullness and the volume that it was. It's better, but it's not what it was, for sure. Like I look at, oh, I'm gonna start crying. I look at, like, sometimes I get comments about how people really loved when my hair was longer. Like, yeah, me too. And I look back at old videos and I just, if I could make it just go back to that, like I would, but I've just been so stressed and struggling so much. Like that was like my hair's just been falling out in like chunks. I didn't even realize until like months later. Oh, I'm gonna have mascara running down my face. But it took me even a long time to even realize it was happening. I was losing an insane amount of weight. Like a healthy weight for me is probably around like 115. I'm like was barely 105 at this point. I haven't been close to 100 pounds since I was in like high school. So that's a problem. Besides the point, you know, back to what I was talking about, like cleanliness wise, like I wasn't getting those sinus infections anymore. Like my cat Vixie wasn't throwing up anymore. We always thought that Vixie had acid reflux and that she would throw up all the time. And all of a sudden I hire a housekeeper and she's not really throwing up anymore. Interesting. Fascinating. So then it became an even more of like, okay, yeah, she's not going anywhere. Absolutely not. That became like another need for that agreement. But like, as I was saying, you know, he's been gone for months, and in that aspect, sickness wise, I'm healthier than what I was. I'm still doing the same amount of work because I'm the only one that's been working this whole time. I still have my editor who's been with me for years that hasn't changed. So like, I'm still sitting on the Discord and talking to the same people for the same amount of time. Like, I realized like my days were not any different because he was gone or wasn't interested in doing the things that I wanted to do, or had no interest in partaking in my life or like anything really. And I told him, I said, I need to feel like you contribute something. Like it's unacceptable that you've been gone for so long and I don't feel like my life is very different. And that's a problem. Like there's no holes that need filling because you didn't do anything. You didn't contribute financially, you didn't clean, you didn't cook, you didn't even really talk to me during the day. You have to contribute something to my life. And I keep telling you and giving you examples of like things that you can do for that. The curtains. And you not only like decide it's not important and you don't make it a priority and you don't really do it, but then you find other things that I'm not asking for and you do them in a way that still inconveniences me, like it doesn't even help me. And then you get all upset of like, well, where's my credit? Where's my praise? What do you mean? And it was around that time that I finally posted my first video about separating to you guys. that September. And I let you guys know that we had separated. And I tried really hard to be very vague. I wasn't trying to like demonize anyone or villainize anyone or do anything like that. And I think the most difficult thing was like going through everything that I had been while this was going on and reading so many comments from people that are like, another influencer got a big head. She probably thinks she's too good for him. And like, I know it doesn't matter. I know that those are people who don't even follow me, most likely, don't know anything about me, but it just really was it was a hard seeing all these like conspiracy theories about I thought I was too good for him, or I probably cheated on him, or like, and again, experiencing what I was actually experiencing, it just felt like such a slap in the face to have put so much of my heart and soul into my platforms. And I want to be so clear. I know it was not a majority of people, and I know it was not the general consensus. I know that. I understand that. I do not want it to come across as that at all. But it just, I'm saying that in the mindset that I was in, it was really hard to not focus on that and just feel like it was all so unfair. And again, the goal was never to like I didn't even think I would ever share about what happened, because the goal has never been about humiliation and shaming someone. And I like even going, I think that can be shown of even getting those kinds of responses. Like I refused to go into detail. Like there were, as things went on, I was more comfortable sharing a couple comments here and there. But again, like the goal was never to shame. It was never to humiliate. It was never to, you know what I mean? I don't, maybe I'm not explaining, like you get it. Or maybe I'm not explaining myself well. I'm just succumbing to my emotions. There was an event that my ex and I were supposed to go to together. We had a mutual friend's wedding that he actually stood in, and it was with a lot of our Discord friends. And I even questioned if I needed to go. Not that I didn't love everyone there, but this particular person who was getting married was his friend first. And I was very self-conscious that I was going to ruin things. Looking back, that feels so silly, because this is someone else's wedding. No one gives a crap about me. No one's there to look at me. No one's there to talk to me. The only person that matters there is that bride and groom, 100%. I'm just a self-conscious person in general. So I was I don't want to be there and cause drama and ruin the day, was my concern. And not only was, oh no, come, please, come, but also I offered to be basically Uber for a bunch of our out-of-town friends at various different airports in the state, and I needed to get people where they needed to go for the wedding. So I did that. And I got a few of our friends situated from different airports and drove all over the place to get them there to that wedding. Was I given by somebody the wrong time to show up to the rehearsal dinner? I was, and I showed up late, and I felt so awkward and guilty. It's fine, there's nothing wrong. I think the most awkward moment of that entire event was at the reception when the DJ said, "All married couples, come to the dance floor." And I, in my peripherals, could see him trying to make eye contact with me, and I felt so uncomfortable, and I didn't know what to do, because I was not feeling good about the situation at all, even a little bit. And our poor friend that was sitting next to us, he goes, "I feel like I'm sitting in between my divorced parents. I'm so sorry." It was a very uncomfortable moment. And I ended up telling my ex, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel that way at the event. I was not comfortable with everything going on, just going and dancing like there wasn't a problem. I understand that your mentality is, I don't want people to know what's going on. And at that point, I don't think our Discord friends knew, at least though some of them knew a lot, some of them did not. There were some that I definitely tried to not push what was happening on, because like if they were friends with him first, I didn't want to meddle with those relationships. I didn't think it was my place or my business. And then other, like, you know, some of my girly pops are there. They of course knew. So it was kind of a mixed bag. I don't remember who knew what at the time, but it was uncomfortable. And I said, I know that your thing is that you don't want people to know, and that you're hopeful we can fix things, and you hope that no one has to know anything about what happened, but like that doesn't mean I'm gonna put myself in uncomfortable positions and compromising positions to like keep up the act, because in my opinion, it's not going the way, oh, we can just sweep it under the rug in a couple months. Like, it's not going well. So I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings, but like, I'm not in a place where I'm like, oh yeah, let's just go dance in front of everybody, married couples, like to the dance floor. I'm not doing that. And that might maybe you think that makes me a bad person. And I'm so sorry if you don't think that I made the right decision, but I was not comfortable with it. So I didn't. And then, you know, the reception, I had some drinks. That was how I got through it. Did I have a lot of mutual friends try to pull me aside and say, I don't know the details, but I believe getting back together is the goal, or I believe that forgiveness is, yeah, for sure. I said, you don't know what's happening. Please just let me enjoy and dance with my friends and just be, it's fine. That was the most uncomfortable part of the event. I think the most hurtful part was afterwards, when we were doing another check-in and recapping and things like that. I told you guys that, sorry, I'm getting really emotional. This is something I'm actually still dealing with presently, but I told you guys before that, or just now, that when it came to people who were friends with him first, I didn't feel the need. I didn't want to meddle with those friendships, and I didn't want to be like, hey, your friend is bad, kind of thing. Like, I made it a point to not. And my ex did not feel that way for friends that we shared, and was telling me things like, oh, they didn't even want you there. They have no idea why you even showed up. They were so confused that you even showed your face. I don't know if it was just said to make him feel better, or if he just made it up. I don't know, because I was like blatantly on the phone with the groom the day before talking about like getting his guests from the airports and stuff, but it just really sucked to hear, because it was so important to me to try and not tarnish those relationships for him, and it was just clear that wasn't really a priority reciprocated, and it's still something that I'm struggling with today, and it just stinks a lot. But it is what it is, you know. Shortly after that event, I would receive a third text message from another, like a third different number, a third different fake number. The way you're treating your ex is disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself. You aren't even pretty enough to be acting like this. So do yourself a favor and get a grip before you're really sorry, because no one else in the world would be putting up with your BS. That was fun. And so, like, at this point, I'm thinking, what is he even telling people? I have no idea at this point, because, again, I have no idea if the things that our friend said about his wedding, I have no idea if that was true or not. And I have no way to ask him about that without like going to him and talking about these issues, which I was trying very hard to not do. And then the friends that were at the reception who were like, oh, I don't know the details, but forgiveness, what do they know? I'm not really sure. I didn't even think to ask, because I was a little turned up. I didn't even think to ask. I didn't even think about the fact that my ex's whole mentality was about, I don't want people to know. So then how would his friends that I don't interact with, how would they know something was wrong, and what do they think is wrong? And then who's sending me, is this my ex trying to make me feel bad? Or is this a friend? Like, I have no idea. And I have no idea what's being said to people. And I have no idea what about me is being said to people. Like, I have no idea. And this is when I start like really panicking about like, what are you saying to people? I'm very confused. I don't know what's happening. I'm feeling very self-conscious. And I feel like at this point, I don't feel like do I think I'm like a perfect person? No, I'm not. Do I feel like I've done anything that warrants that kind of reaction? No, I don't. And I I don't know what's happening. But when I ask him about it, he's very adamant that he only ever says nice things about me, and he only tells people things from my perspective, and he only gives me compliments. And that doesn't make sense. Because then why are these people acting this way? I don't trust this. And I'm coming to the realization that, like, even now, even to this day, at the end of September, I can't trust this person. Nothing makes sense ever. There's never any situation that, like, I feel good about and that I can trust your word. Everything always is weird and smells weird and is odd, and I don't trust it. So I end the month going on another trip out of town for podcasting, and per usual, my ex stays at my place with the cats, which again, I am grateful for. I'm grateful he's helping me out in that way. And while I'm gone, I get a text message from him asking me if I mind if he had company come to my house. Is it all right? Hey, is it all right if a few people come meet the cats on Sunday and watch football? And I say, who? Who is it? Who's coming? And he says, oh, pickleball people. I would invite, and I'm blocking most of the names out because, again, I just don't feel like it just feels respectful. I'm not going to block out Tess's name, not because I'm like, that woman, to emphasize, like, this is someone that has been along in the story, like, this whole time. So, like, Jess's name is not in this text message, but Tess's name is in this text message. So, pickleball people would invite this person, that person, this person, Tess, her children. I'm going to block out their names, their children, their privacy for sure. And maybe another guy and his wife, because they invited me to their place a few weeks ago, though I don't know them very well. I didn't say this, but in my head, I'm thinking, you want people that you don't know very well to come to my house to meet my animals while I'm not home? I was not happy. What I said back was, the house is kind of a mess. I don't really want strangers there. Is there another place you guys can watch football? He said, I'd happily clean, and then I'd place everything back where I found it. And also part of the reason was I showed pet pictures, and they really want to meet the kitties. But if you're not comfortable, of course, we can make other plans. I waited to offer because I thought you might be hesitant, but I hope your flight went well. I said, I'm having fun with my friends tonight, so I apologize if my thoughts are not cohesive. But I really don't like the idea of someone's children coming to play with the cats while I'm not there, especially Milo. Because, side note, if you guys don't follow me, you'll need this explanation. People who follow me know this little boy right here in my lap, this is the chicken shit cat. This baby is afraid of everything in this world except for his sister. This boy runs when the doorbell rings, okay? This is my little nugget who has separation anxiety, regular anxiety, crippling anxiety, like, you get the picture. So when I'm like, especially Milo, like Vixie does so good with people. She loves any kind of attention, especially from men. Oh my God. Men, she loves men. Milo loves his mom, period. Vixie loves people. Vixie loves men. Milo loves his mommy. That's it. That is what it is. I was shocked when I had company in like the last year, and Milo was willing to be downstairs with strangers if it meant he could be in my lap. Like, I got one of those like things that moms like wrap the babies in to like tie around their bodies and carry them around. I got one of those for Milo because when I do housework, he gets so angry that I'm not sitting down so he can sit with me, that I got one of those so I can put him in it so he can be on me and I can still get stuff done around my house. Because you're just a little mommy's boy, huh? I love you, Mr. Purr Baby. So that's what I mean when I say I don't feel comfortable, especially with Milo. So his response was, well, I said kids, but that's a lack of clarification on my end. They're 24 and 14. They would all be responsible adults. And you also don't have to explain back. If you're okay with it, that's awesome. If not, that's fine too. And I felt a little bit better about this comment. I tried to like make a little bit of a joke, and I said, I taught 14-year-olds. They're not responsible adults. But again, I don't want a teenager chasing Milo when I'm not home to calm him down or comfort him after. And he respected that, which is great. But two things that really stuck out to me about this interaction. First, that it was asked at all. That felt so odd to me. And again, maybe you guys see something that I'm missing, and I would love for you guys to tell me about it in the comments, but this just felt like a very strange request considering the context of what is happening. Like, we've now signed a separation agreement. I refused to dance with you during the couple dance at the wedding. We're like constantly interacting less and less. You want to host people at my house? I don't love this. I don't love that it was even asked, to be especially with like people I've never met before, much less someone who has been a part of root issues of ours since we separated in the beginning. This is weird to me. And I'm also like, hold on. You told me before that Tess and Jess are best friends, but Jess was our age. Tess has a 24-year-old? I'm now like, I don't understand. I'm so confused. I'm just very confused by all of this, to be completely honest. Like, I very clearly don't even know what these dynamics are. Does she even have kids? Are these even the real ages? Who knows? I'm told so many fibs and stuff at this point that I don't even know. I don't even trust it. Who knows? I've decided I don't want to be involved. I don't care to know. It's fine. I just don't want these strangers at my house, especially when we've just established that I don't know what he's telling people about us, about me. I don't want these people I've never met before in my house with my animals when I've never met them before. No. But the other thing that really stuck out to me, it actually stuck out to me the next day, when I realized that even though he very gracefully accepted my no, I still was anxious all evening, checking my security cameras to see if he actually respected it or not. Because I realized I didn't trust he would respect my decision. Because it's just been so common that he hasn't. I genuinely did not believe he would. And that realization the next day, when I was a little bit more clear-headed, not like again, I understand that I was having a good night that night, but still, like, I still stand by the fact that even if I wasn't out with friends on the town, I would not have trusted that. And that was very telling to me that, like, more than ever before, the trust was just gone, completely gone. And I thought that was going to be like the close of the month. Because like just like I've been telling you guys this in terms of months, every month I would kind of reflect on the month and think about what happened that was worse, what happened that was better, like what progress has been made. And so like I just remember thinking on my flight home, what an interesting way to end September. But there was still a couple days left in September, and I don't have proof of this, okay? I don't have proof, so I'm not making any accusations. But when I come home, certain somebody was staying at my house watching the cats. And all of a sudden, when I return home, my refrigerator starts leaking. Like, it's just leaking all into my kitchen as soon as I get home. And I don't know how to fix a fridge, so I call a repair guy. And the repair guy tells me that there's a piece. I don't remember if it was the fridge or the freezer. I don't know. I don't remember. It was so long ago. This is actually something that I forgot happened until I went back into my messages with my friends to like see what I had receipts for and what I didn't, to like, just in case. So I don't remember if it was the freezer or the fridge, but the repair guy told me that there was a piece from the machine missing, and that was what was causing the leak. And I said, oh, how long do you think it's been missing for? And he's like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, is it possible that maybe I just got the fridge like this? Because we'd only been in this house for a few years at this point, meaning so that fridge was only a few years old. Is it possible that I bought it like that and it was missing a piece and it just took like a couple years for it to become necessary to function? The repair guy was like, no. If your fridge was working before this and wasn't leaking before this, it had to have had the piece. It's leaking because the piece had to have been removed. You're telling me there's no other way to explain this? And he said, yeah, no, if your fridge was not leaking for the last few years, you had to have this piece. If all of a sudden it's now leaking, something had to be removed from it. I don't know what happened to that piece. All I know is that all I could think about in that moment was a conversation from earlier in the summer where someone said to me, I want you to need me. I want you to ask me for help. I want you to come to me for things in the house. And I have no idea if that's what actually happened or not. I have no way to prove it, but I decided I wasn't even going to ask. I said, it doesn't change a thing. I'm just gonna pay for the piece, and I'm gonna have the professional put it in, and I'm not even gonna bring it up. Do I think that a certain someone knew what this piece was and knew what it would do and purposefully took out this piece because it was easy to get to? No, I do not think anything was that well thought out. According to the repair guy, a fairly easy piece for a non-professional to finagle out, and my fridge was working beforehand. Yeah, I have no idea what happened to it. I don't know who messed with it. I don't know if it was on purpose. I don't know if it was an accident. I have no idea. But I decided it wasn't important enough to ask. I was just not interested in even finding out. That is how fed up I was. And that is the mentality that I closed September on. So the events of September really gave me a lot of clarity and really gave me a lot of confidence to truly put my foot down on a lot of things. Because I was getting tired of the lies and the manipulation and the gaslighting. Like, I'm finally coming to terms with, like, aren't you tired? I'm so tired. I'm tired of there always being something. I'm tired of questioning reality. Like, I cannot live like this anymore. I can't. And you know, I'm still trying to be friendly. I'm still trying to be cordial. Like, I'll put another text up on the screen. Like, I'm saying, hey, I have extra factors. Do you need food? Like, I have been still giving him factors this whole time. This whole time. I've still been getting, if you don't want food from my mom, or now you're living with this friend of yours, that's great. I love that for you. Would you like some free food? Like, I'm still, hey, I want to make sure that you're taken care of. And he's still taking them. It's October. I'm still getting him food from our factors at this point. And just because it's there, also on this text, we're talking about moving deeds over, exchanging loans for the houses. Because again, in the separation agreement, we said, this is my house. I'm going to keep this house. So we're talking about moving the deeds. Now this house had a little bit more of a complex issue, because when we bought this house, I didn't have 2 years of tax returns. Like, I'm the only one that contributed financially to this house, but I didn't have 2 years of tax returns at the time. I was still so new to social media. I can't be on the loan if I don't have 2 years of tax returns. It doesn't matter if I'm the only one contributing financially. So my ex could not qualify for the loan that was needed by himself for this house. So his dad ended up having to be the co-signer. And so the three of us were on the deed for this house, and the two of them were on the loan, and I was the one paying for it. So we were talking about, how are we going to switch this? I now have plenty of years of tax returns. Like, we're good. I'm fine with that kind of thing. Like, how are we doing this? But we've been talking about it. And my ex is telling me, I'm not worried that you're going to default on anything. Why don't we wait? Rates are not good right now. Let's see if we go down. Like, what's the rush? Like, we're cordial, we're friendly, not a problem. And I am fine with this. I'm like, yeah, you know what? That's so valid. And I even told him when we did some check-ins in person, like, I'm totally fine with that, because, we talked about whenever we sell the townhouse, like him finding his own place. And just like I would want rates to be lower for me when I would have to refinance and switch over the loan and the mortgage, I want rates to be reasonable for him when he puts a down payment on his new place. Like, this was an agreement that we had, that we were going to wait for both of us to be able to have better rates, because they were not good at this point in time. And even though, I saw this as us working together and being friendly, again, September gave me a lot of clarity. September told me a lot that I needed to know, not just about myself, but about the situation at hand. So when my ex asked if we could do a check-in and get together and meet, we had a really significant conversation that I thought put the entire situation into perspective. And I spent a lot of time in this conversation talking about boundaries. And I talked about how it is not fair for the battles that I've had to face regarding his family for the last 10 years. I never should have had to be alone with the issue that one of his family members would joke around about burning my house down because I had the audacity to live in their neighborhood in college. Shouldn't have happened. I shouldn't have been joked about to put me in a muzzle for Christmas because I talk so much. That's inappropriate. That's not funny. I never should have been given a book about why my family is going to hell because we're Jewish. Never should have happened. Like these are just some examples, just some. And I told him, like, I should not have had to deal with that. I will not continue to deal with that if there was ever like a moving forward kind of thing. And he's like, oh no, you wouldn't, because I talked to them and I said, no, you don't understand. Like, some of these situations that I've experienced are just unforgivable. And I'm not interested in moving forward with those people. If we were to find any kind of revolution and salvage any parts of our marriage and our future, one of my boundaries would be I'm not only associating with some of these people a part of these incidents, but if we were to ever have children, my children will not associate with these individuals. It's not happening. I'm never ever gonna want my children around people who not only speak about others the way that they do, but speak about me that way. That's not fair. I'm not doing it. And one of the examples that came up was his dad. And I said, for your dad to constantly, after I've said many times, stop, don't do this, I don't want to talk about this with you, to constantly be bringing up such inappropriate topics like adult relations in gadgets. Like, nope, not ever a conversation that anyone wants to have with their father-in-law. And if I've told you I'm not comfortable with this conversation, you don't keep bringing it up every few months. That's not happening. And if you can't respect that, no, I don't trust you with my potential future children one day. And that's just one example, just one. But that became, I said, like, you are trying very hard to convince me that I need to give our relationship another chance. And I'm telling you that if that were ever to be agreed upon, these are just some of the boundaries that my lines in the sand that would have to be agreed upon before I would to ever say yes. And he's like, so, well, what if you never associated with these family members, but like I could, right? And I was like, I guess, yeah, for our little hypothetical scenario, sure, but our children cannot. Like, if we were to have kids, because we both kind of realized at this point in time, we'd always said we didn't want kids. And we were both kind of rethinking this at some point. And we had verbalized that to each other, that this whole situation made both of us think, maybe one day, like, I'm not like, oh yes, I have to have kids, but like, it's definitely a possibility. And that's when we really started talking about the fact that my ex would not be comfortable with the idea of having a decision about whether or not his father could interact with our kids or not. And he was not willing to agree to something like that. And I said, that's fair and that's valid and that's fine. You can have that decision for yourself. That just means that there's nothing to talk about, because there's a lot of issues and a lot of lines in the sand that we need to address and talk about. But this is like one of the main ones, the first one that we're bringing up. And we already, like, we cannot be on the same page. We cannot find a compromise. And if that's the case, then there's no path forwards. And that's fine. And I told him, I said, your boundaries and your decision that you want your dad to be a part of your kid's life, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with you wanting your dad to be a part of your children's lives one day whenever you have them. But there's also nothing wrong with me not wanting someone who has harassed me, won't stop talking to me about inappropriate things, his inappropriate adult activities life I don't want to know about these things. Manipulated the family into giving me the silent treatment for 2 years because my ex didn't like his new girlfriend and he was just convinced that I put him up to it. Weird. Like a lot of things that we talked about in part 1. There's just so many things I cannot even begin to describe the issues that go into problems that I've had with this man. And it should not be crazy to imagine that I don't want someone not only who treats people like that and treats me like that, I don't even want to begin to think about the things that would be said about me from him in front of like kids, right? And I said, these are both valid wants for like the lives of our kids one day, and they're just not cohesive. And that, you know what? If this is our line in the sand, because like the very first thing that we're like actually addressing, like we haven't really tackled these specific things and concerns in this productive way. Like we've listed them at other check-ins, but we've never been like, okay, well then let's find some solutions. And again, like I think that September gave me the clarity and the confidence that I needed to be like, okay, well enough like talking about, oh yeah, we'll get them fixed. How are we going to get them fixed? And that's where this much more in-depth and blunt conversation came from, of me like putting my foot down and being like, okay, it's just words until we actually find some solutions. So what are those solutions going to look like? And even for, again, the first problem that we brought up, could not find a cohesive or even just rational compromise, something that we were both comfortable with. And my ex asked me, he's like, well, do you not think that people can change? And I said, I do think that people can change, and I'm hopeful, but 1, I haven't seen any evidence of that happening. 2, even if that were, like even if people can change and do change, that doesn't mean that past traumas and past grievances just disappear. Oh, what if they change? Okay, what about all the issues that we had before? Like, is that just swept under the rug and it's just, oh, just deal with it, he's nice now? No, I'm not interested in that. And like, he asked me straight up, like, what if these people in my family, what if they really changed and they did better and they showed you that they were better people? And I told him, I don't know what mindset I would be in at that point in time. I don't know how many years down the line it would be. I don't know what our lives would look like then. I don't know if we would have kids, not have kids. I have no idea. So I can't say if at that point in time I would be willing to give someone another chance or not. And he was like, great, so it's not a definite no. And I was like, well, you know me, I never do definitives. Like, I just am not that type of a person. And he's like, okay, great, so it's not no, it's not never. And I was like, well, no. Just because I don't do definitives, and just because I don't know in your scenario, in your hypothetical, what mindset I may or may not be in 5-10 years, does not mean that I'm gonna make any decisions right now based on your hypothetical in 5 to 10 years. Like, I'm operating under the impression that this is my decision right now, and you're not accepting that decision right now, therefore it's not cohesive. And he's like, well, you just said there's a chance. And I said, no, this is the problem. This is the issue with your hypotheticals, because I'm telling you what my boundaries are, and you're already operating under the impression that maybe one day you can convince me to change them. That's not accepting my boundaries. That's, what if they never change? What happens then? What happens if you're operating under the impression that my boundaries are going to change one day? We have kids and then they don't. What's your plan? And he didn't have an answer for that. And he's like, well, this is a line in the sand for me. And I said, right, for right now, this is a line in the sand for me too. And again, I'm not saying your line in the sand is bad. It's valid, but so is mine. And he said, well, then is there really no path forward? And I said, I guess not. If even the first big major issue that we're trying to find solutions on, we cannot find one, I guess there's no path forward. And it is what it is. I thought that was a very final conversation. Like, for me, I felt like I thought this was a definitive, like, we're making a decision. We are no longer doing these check-ins to try and work on things and talk about things. Like, if we're already deciding there's no way forwards, to me, okay, like, I thought that's the page we were on at the end of this conversation. And after he left my house, we took some space. And after some time of us, processing, my ex reached out and asked if he could come over and talk about what we had just talked about, and he had some thoughts to share with me. And I said, sure, absolutely. And he came over and he looked me in the eye and he said, I need you to say it very plainly and clearly. Like, I need this for me. Are we just like done? Is there no path forward? I need just like a yes or no answer. And I was like, yeah, no. I don't remember exactly like the phrasing of his question of, is there no path forward or are we done? I don't remember which one he asked, but I just remember saying like, no, there's no path forward. And he said, okay, I need you to say that again. Like, just look me in the eye and tell me again. And I did. Later on, he'll claim that I hesitated. I really don't remember hesitating, which, to be fair, like looking back now, I can see how we had very different perspectives, I'm sure, about what was happening. Like, I was probably getting frustrated and he like genuinely believed this was gonna work out in the end. So like, look, but in the moment I was like, I thought we were on the same page, but okay. And that is when my ex said, all right, well, if there's no path forward, then we need to go ahead and we need to change the separation agreement. What? What do you mean? Yeah, I really only promised all those things to you because I thought you'd be like, oh my God, that's so nice of you. And it would make you want to come back, but it didn't. So I would like to change some things. And I said, I'm not promising that I'm making any changes, but what are you wanting to change? And he said, well, we have to change the stock stuff because, we already established that that wasn't right, that it wasn't, it didn't reflect properly. And I reminded him that we already talked about it and I offered, would you like for me to redo that part and reprint it? And he told me no. He's like, yeah, well now I want it on the paper. And I said, okay, I will make that change. And he goes, I also want the townhouse to be 25-75. I get 75, you get 25. And I said, why? Well, don't you know he still has law school loans? Okay, don't you know I've been paying for them? Yeah, well, we made other financial decisions to like take care of other stuff instead of my law school loans, and I still have law school loans. And I said, right, that doesn't change that I'm the one that's been paying for them for like years at this point. I don't understand your argument. And like at this point, my brother has not lived in the townhouse for months, and we still don't have a tenant living in the townhouse, and we still haven't gotten it sold or anything like that. Like, I'm just paying 2 mortgages at this point, insurance for 2 houses. So like for him to be like, yeah, I need a bigger cut of it. Like it felt like such a slap in the face, especially when this whole time, again, remember, he's living with a friend with still no rent. He's telling me that he's been making $4,000 a month, no real bills. He said that by this time, it would hopefully be increasing and even more. He's saving up all this money. I'm hemorrhaging money because I'm paying all of these extra bills, all for both of these properties. I've barely been able to work since we separated. It has been so chaotic. Like, this honestly, this felt like such a slap in the face to me. And the last thing that he wanted to change was Vixie. That's my cat. I want my cat. I said, I'm not changing that, period. That's not happening. I'm not signing anything. That changes that. It's not happening. And he said, well, we have to change the other stuff. I said, I'm happy to change any other part of I could even talk about actually, I'm sorry. No, he originally wanted him to get the full townhouse, even though I've been paying for it. Sorry, I misspoke. Later, I think it would either be requested or I would offer 75-25, but no, he asked for all of the townhouse because it makes no sense why I would get this house and he would not get that house. And I said, because we both contributed to that one and only one of us contributed to this one. And he thought that was very unfair. And he would, for the first time, throw the craziest accusation at my face that I still to this day don't understand where he even thought this. Maybe you guys get it, I don't get it. Maybe you think I'm being a brat, and that's fine, you can tell me. But this is the argument where he started yelling at me for me staying in this house because he didn't want to separate. I wanted to separate, so I should have left because I was the one who had family around and he didn't. And I said, if I left, were you going to take over the bills for this house? No. Okay, so you wanted me to leave the place where I work because my studio is here and not be able to have access to that and still pay for you to be here? Yes, because all of his friends, Tess included, he said, all let him know that I was horrible for kicking him out of his own house when he's not the one that wanted a separation and I should have left. I have no idea where he got that from. I said, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But no. If you want to put in for the stocks, sure. I'm not just giving you this whole other house that I've almost paid off. It's almost completely paid off because of both of us. Like, when he was an attorney the first few years we were there, he paid the mortgage and then he quit and then it switched and I was the one that was paying for it. And it was about an equal amount of time. Like, we both put money into that for sure. I'm not just giving you a house that we almost paid off so that I can keep a house that has a brand new shiny giant loan on it. Like, BS. Absolutely not. You've gotten enough handouts from me. I'm not doing that. And again, if you want to change the wording of the stock stuff, I will happily re-sign and re-notarize another document specifying that, but I'm not signing anything that talks about getting rid of that cat. Because at this point in time, she has been with me for months. And yes, when I'm out of town for a couple of days, he'll come and he'll stay in the guest room and spend time with them. That is not the same as me taking care of her and being her sole provider since May. And every month, he ends up coming over less and less. Just is what it is. I can probably count on my fingers how many times he actually came by in October. But I digress. I said, I'm not doing it. And he was not happy at all. And I told him, as a show of goodwill, I would already start looking into the stock stuff on Robinhood and figure out how that works. And I got in touch with people who deal with like the divorces and splitting up the investments and all that stuff. And they did a deep dive on my account. And they saw that everything from my account all actually only came from one bank account. Because remember, before it was said, oh, well, everything that we put into investing, we both put money from both of our accounts into your one Robinhood account. Come to find out, that was not the case at all. And it was insisted upon, oh yeah, I just put money into your bank account and then put it into Robinhood. And I said, okay, can you show me that transaction on your online banking? Of course not a chance. And I said, okay, so we agreed before that we were going to keep the stocks in our own names. And you insisted that everything only went to my account. And I told you, if there was stuff equivalent from your account, and I would give you out your share. You can't even show me any evidence that you actually sent money to my account. There's so much evidence of money from my account going to your account. There is no evidence of anything from your account going to mine or anything from your bank account going into my Robinhood account. And if that's the case, and that's what we agreed upon, then there's nothing to split. And that's when I heard in my brain that little joke that he made when we were originally doing the separation agreement of, if I didn't say anything about the stocks, and we didn't add it, I would have gotten half. And that's when that made sense to me. That's when that made a lot of sense to me. And he was not happy. He just insistent that I was evil and that I was stealing from him. And I was like, what am I stealing from you? What money did you put into, like, we agreed. We decided. What's the problem? And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people who don't agree with me on this and feel like 50-50 across the board would have been more than fair. And I'm sorry, I'm at this point where I'm like, I've given this person so many handouts while I've been working myself into the ground. I don't feel like I should have to do that. At this point, the lack of respect, like, it is blaring. Or is it glaring or blaring? I don't actually know what the word for that is, the correct term. But it is not cute. And I just don't feel obligated to constantly be giving this person any more handouts, especially when I just wanted to be nice because I wanted to manipulate you into coming back. No, that, to me, like, that was really like a big straw. in my opinion. Like, this entire interaction for me was eye-opening. And it was at this point mentally that I was like, okay, yeah, the previous conversation really felt final for me. This feels even more final than it was before. And something that I didn't even mention is that I had some friends at the time who months earlier, probably way too early, looking like, I know it was too early and I knew it was too early at the time, but now I know it was too early. We're already, oh, get on dating apps and blah, blah, blah. And earlier at the time I was like, too early. Not interested. At this point now, where we are in this timeline, I'm like, yeah, I think I'm ready for that account, for sure. I'm getting more comfortable with the idea of like truly moving on and not feeling bad about it. And again, I had friends like encouraging this for months at this point, but I truly in this moment was like, yeah, I think I'm ready to just be done with this chapter and move on. And again, because of the conversations we just had, I was convinced we were on the same page, that like things were done. I had no idea that moving forward, like he was not on that same page. I don't know how, based off the conversations that we've had, but apparently we were not on the same page. But I'm going to close October being on that page. Now we move on to November. My goodness, I'm like, let me prepare for this month. So I gotta give a little bit of context, additional context of things that are other things going on in my life in November at this point in time, okay? So back to looking at like the discords. Around the time that New Orleans happened, the previous May, there is one individual in the discords who I refer to as like my little duckling. I don't even know if he knows that I call him that, but he does now because I know his mom's watching this video. But he significantly younger. He's the younger brother of someone else that does a lot of, that's in the discords. He's been like, now at the time he was like 21, 22. He's been with this group since he was like 12. So everyone sees him as like the little kid. You know what I mean? And around New Orleans, he started going through his first serious breakup. And I was honored when he called me and needed someone to talk to about it, like a woman's touch. You know what I mean? That just instantly, my duckling. And that was like, I've always been a very motherly person. You might not know it looking at me. Sometimes I'm good at hiding it, but like I'm a true mama bear at heart. And so like helping him with that situation, he didn't even know about the separation stuff for a long time, right? He's like a little kid. Why am I gonna bother him with, you know, for a long time. But we just developed a very close, like, I guess friendship. I mean, I still see him as a child, baby. He's a little baby. But so like, obviously we, you know, the Discord that we predominantly have hung out in are a lot of people that grew up together in the area that I live in. His brother was invited to the Discords, and he was invited to the Discord, and he had his own of like a very similar dynamic, but people that he grew up with and he went to school with, and they're all babies. And because we got so close, he invited me. I now differentiate between them, the boomers and the zoomers. And that's not actually what the servers are called, but that's how I refer to them as, the boomers and the zoomers. And the zoomers, they're all very sweet. They're all babies. They call me grandma. Sometimes it used to hurt my feelings. I'm used to it now. It's fine. Like, they're itty bitty babies. You know what I mean? They're like children to me. Sometimes I hear them talk. I don't even know what they're saying with the slang. I don't know. Anytime I'm like, what does that mean? They just call me granny. It's fine. But around this time in November, it became apparent. I didn't even know that one of their friends that used to like go to school with them in another state actually moved to my area. Had no idea. And I was told that this kid had like a really rough home life, had a pretty abusive family, and, you know, tried to spend as little time as home as possible because of it. And like, that broke my heart. I felt so bad. And I told him, I was like, well, you all grew up with this kid? Yeah. And my duckling was like, yeah, absolutely. I said, you trust him? If he ever needs to like hide out at my house or like wants to come play with cats or something, like he's welcome. I'm totally fine with that. And we're gonna give this person a name. And before like any of you start like raising your eyebrows, no, I already, no, just no, this is a child. I know he's like a grown man, this is a child. Stop that. I have only ever seen this kid as a kid, like for sure. Just that we're on the same page. Just that we all are aware. Okay, I'm gonna move on. Anyways. So I tell him like, yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna be so honest, because things are deteriorating with my ex, I'm honestly like grateful, because if this kid's like trustworthy and kind and like just trying to get away from a bad situation at home, I'd low-key love another option of someone to stay with the cats than having to ask my ex. So this felt like a win for me if like I determined that he was trustworthy. So I invited him to come over every now and then and play with the cat. And if you want to like he always got off work very late. He was like a mechanic, and his household was like, I can't remember if it was vegan or vegetarian. I genuinely can't remember. There is a big difference. I just can't remember which one it was. But so like he was not like, he was like a meat eater, carnivore, but he wasn't allowed to have that kind of food at his house. I'm like, hey, if you ever like get a pepperoni pizza and you just want somewhere to eat it, I do not care if you just eat it here. I really don't. I was fine with that. So that starts to become a normal thing and a normal part of my routine. And I say like things are deteriorating with I'm still trying to be cordial and friendly. Like put another text on there from November. The factors, do you want them? Yeah, you can have them. Also, I just wanted to give you an update that like Milo's eye is not looking great, and that day that we fear I think is coming. And this is like mid-November, so like as you can see, I'm still trying so hard to be cordial. I'm trying to like be nice and considerate. I mean, I did get a little annoyed at the beginning of November because he let me know that he had a garage door opener to my house that I was going to end up asking for back until he lost it. Like I know someone's gonna be like, oh, I bet he has, no. Like, it's not that I asked for it back and he's like, oh no, I don't know where it is. Like, he was like, I can't find it. I think it like fell out of the car. And I was not happy because I was like, where did it fall out of the car? Because if it fell out in my neighborhood, that's a lot different than if it fell out in your neighborhood. Because if it fell out in my neighborhood, anyone can click it and open my garage. If it fell out in your neighborhood, I don't think it's that big of a deal. So I was not really happy about that. And I was just kind of waiting for like, is my garage door just gonna open one day? I don't know. That's a little stressful. I'm not sure. Luckily it didn't, but I was not happy about it at the time. Another thing I wasn't thrilled about was one day in the middle of November, I just wake up to like all of these printed out letters just being taped to my door. And my ex basically wrote that his therapist was encouraging him to write letters to people that he cares about, people that he's wronged, like things like that. I mean, I can see if I can find the first one and even just read the introduction. Over the past few weeks, the therapist has encouraged me to write letters to people when I have anxiety, a strong emotional response, or feeling that I need to express something I cannot stop thinking about. It is an exercise we've been working through as part of my grief, trauma, depression, and anxiety research development. Then I have the option to send or give them or to the person the letter or tear it up. Goes without saying that quite a few letters have been and likely will be addressed to you. The therapist thinks I should really consider sending this one because it's been a strong dwelling point for me. Even if you don't read any of it, it might help me find something that I've been missing maybe, or at least give some mental clarity and peace. She also thinks that you might be able to find some value in it, whether that be understanding, a foundation for some form of future relationship, or even just closure. I don't know. It personally gives me a lot of anxiety to the point that I honestly wasn't sure I would even write this, much less have the courage to give it to you. So that was the point of these letters. And I think there's 3 or 4. I'm gonna be straight up with you guys. I'm not going to read every single one of these, and I'm not going to read all of the details in some of the parts that I do share. Because one, this whole point, again, like this isn't about harassing someone, it's not about shaming someone, it's not about embarrassing someone. We're talking about experiences that I had and treatment done to me, things done to me. So someone else's therapeutic exercises, like, why? Like, if I'm gonna share parts of it, there's gotta be a reason. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not just sharing someone else's therapeutic exercise for and giggles. And you might not love that decision, and that's fine, but that is my decision. So in the first one, it's just kind of catch up, life updates, because again, like, we have not really interacted very much since the previous 2 very big conversations that we had. So like the first one is just kind of like, here are some life updates. I got a new job, like a career job. I'm working at this big reputable company in the area that I'm not gonna name because I'm not gonna do that. And it's great and I love it and blah, 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 and all the good things, okay? So like, again, we're acknowledging, like, you've been, at least telling me, you've been sitting on all of these funds this whole time. Now you got like a job. This is great. I love this for you. He even says, I'm still giving lessons, pickleball lessons while I'm working there. Love that. Love that for him. Such wonderful updates. But some of the things that I am going to share that are in here that I think are just, you know, important to note. And am I going to touch on all of them? No, but some of the important ones, like this line where he's like, I'm going to be honest, I've definitely thought about taking the easy way out of our marriage plenty of times. Oh, okay. And like, this line always stood out to me because it just kind of brought me back to some of the messages we were talking about in part 1, where he was, well, I never thought that you would be the one to bring up separation. And even though he brought it up multiple times first, and like that kind of switch and maneuver, like, and now he's like, yeah, I have thought about taking the easy way out and like leaving many times. Okay. It just felt like a very interesting choice to put. It just felt like an interesting choice. He's, you know, acknowledging there was a time in my life where I valued never breaking a promise and always completing everything I started, and I'm working back to be that person. That we're acknowledging, like, you don't uphold your promises. You are not honest. You fall through on things. Like, you do not mean it when you say you're going to do these things. Like, these are acknowledgement. Like, I love this for him. I'm excited for him. Like, if I'm reading these letters and I'm feeling a lot of emotions. For starters, I'm happy for him of making this growth in some of these letters. Like, some of these letters, I'm like, oh, this is so great. I love this for you. He says, I want to apologize for our last serious conversation. I thought I was prepared for any answer you were going to give, and I just wasn't. And I panicked, and I let my emotions control my actions, and I acted out. I latched onto things that I had not even previously considered and were in no way related to what I was actively thinking, all in a way to find some sort of semblance of control or to resolve something so I could feel something was complete, or even just to keep talking so it felt like I wasn't losing you. Like, that's great. Thank you so much for clarifying that. And like these revelations, like, I love this for you. And like these 2 letters in particular, great. I love the growth. I love to see it. I'm happy for you to have that clarity and to have that self-awareness. But then like the other 2 genuinely just made me mad. Like, really just, what's the point? I'm gonna get emotional again. So like, one of these is like, hey, I really wanted to talk about this thing that I know really upset you back in the day that I haven't even like, I don't even think I talked about in part 1, to be completely honest. But it's like, hey, do you remember that time way before New Orleans or anything like that? You asked me what I loved about you, and I couldn't come up with any answer, and I just sat there and didn't say anything for like a really long time, and then you got upset and it started a fight because I couldn't actually tell you, and because I didn't actually tell you anything that I loved about you, and that was why I was with you. Yeah, I want to clarify, that wasn't because I don't love things about you, I just am not good at expressing that, so here are the things that I should have said. Why are you giving this to me now? We have just had so many conversations about shutting the door. You thought this would give me clarity as I'm like trying to move on. We just definitively said there's no path forward. We're going to be going our separate ways. And now you're like, hey, let me remind you of that time I couldn't tell you about anything that I loved about you. My bad. Here's what I think happened psychologically. Like, why are you bringing this up? Like, that just felt crummy to just sit there and like relive that experience for no reason. For why? Because you felt like I needed to hear it? Why do I need to hear that? And I thought it was weird. Like the other 2 letters, yeah, I can see a therapist being like, yeah, send it, why not? I could not understand why a therapist would be like, yeah, I know you've had numerous conversations at this point about, yeah, we're gonna go our separate ways. You should send that. She'll really like that. It'll feel really good. I didn't like that. I was not a fan. This other one, honestly, this is the only one that I even bothered, that I planned on even taking to court and keeping, to be completely honest. Because, again, am I gonna read this entire thing? No, because I've already said in part 1 that I'm not gonna be talking about a lot of specific abuse things. Like, some of it, yes. Others, no, I'm just not. Because at the end of the day, I do still have a lot of children that follow me, and it's just not going to happen. So, I think talking about warning signs and like things that could be considered gray areas for are they acceptable or are they not? Yeah, for sure, talk about them. Things that we all just blatantly know are abusive, whether it be physically, sexually, whatever. You don't need an example, you know. So, this is literally, the last letter is just listing out some of the various ways that he knew he was definitely being way too rough, and he's sorry. And he's not sorry for doing them, but he's sorry for the excess that he did them, and sometimes the severity. Correct. Yes, you heard me correctly. Like, one example, I'm so sorry for all the times that I did that, especially in excess of what should have been even remotely reasonable. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not apologizing for touching you or even giving you light taps at times. Often you would make it very clear when something crossed the line or was uncomfortable. And instead of listening or even discussing and compromising, I would just get defensive. And I would try to make it seem like it was a justified action, even though you were clearly saying you didn't like it. What a fundamental breakdown of communication on my part and a complete lack of awareness. I cannot apologize enough for that one. But I did improve over time, especially after we got married, even if it was just a little bit. And I made a point to do things like compliment you and tell you that I love you or tell you how amazing you were at least multiple times a day. As if that's not like, is that not normal when you were married to somebody? I thought that was a normal way to interact with someone that you're married to, is to tell them you love them or to give them compliments. I just, you know. Like, this entire thing is just him laying out specific examples of things that were just blatantly crossing a line that I had said stop, said don't do that, said that hurts, and just, at the time, he just didn't care. And now he's, well, I'm sorry I got defensive, but like, that was my reality for a very long time. So like, I didn't love these letters. I love the evidence that it gives me for sure, but like, especially the last 2. Why? Like, I'm trying to work through this and move on. And hey, you remember that time I couldn't even tell you what I liked about you? Do you remember how you would like beg and plead for me to like stop doing XYZ to you and I just got defensive? That's my bad. I don't need to hear these things. I don't want to hear these things. I don't want to sit here and hear you justify, well, I'm not gonna apologize for like touching you or anything, but I'm gonna apologize for doing it as hard or as excessive as I did. What? Why? Like, what is, like, this is very clearly for you. This is not for me. And again, like the first 2, yeah, the last 2, I have a lot of trouble accepting that a therapist would be like, oh yeah, you should definitely send that one to her. I was not happy about it. It felt, I'm so tired, and yet I feel more tired. I don't even know if that makes sense. Like, I'm just trying to get through this chapter and move on to the next one, and you're like, but let's relive some of the worst days and the worst things from 5 chapters ago. Come on, like, why? We've been talking about these issues in circles for months. We've said and done like all the, there's no way forward, we're done, we're moving on, blah, 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 blah. And a month later, you're like, hey, wait, hold up. Let me remind you, it is bad. So I was not happy. But I didn't say anything about it at the time. I tried to not even acknowledge the letters for a while, to be completely honest. I was doing my best to stay cordial and friendly, and that's just in my nature. Why? I don't know. And I look back and I think, like, why? This was someone that I shared 10 years of my life with, and so, like, even though every part of me wanted to just, like, oh my God, enough already, right? Like, I just couldn't yet, but we getting there. So in the middle of November, my ex reaches out to me and he says something about, you know, hey, our stuff for insurance is going to be, the deadline to like cancel's coming up if we don't renew or whatever. And in my head, I'm like, I'm just going to get my own insurance. Like, I'm not worried about this at this point. Didn't realize that would be important later. Get to that later. The important thing from this text message from the middle of November is, what are your thoughts of me moving into the townhouse and living there? And we had a whole conversation, a lot of it, some of it on text, some of it on the phone. It's honestly not like super important, to be completely honest. The main point is I asked, are you good like financially moving into town? I know that like in my mind, I'm thinking like, he's gotta be. He's sitting on all this cash. He just started a career. He's fine, right? But I still wanted to ask, I still wanted to be considerate. And he was like, yep, everything's in the budget. And I was like, cool. Sounds good. Because, like, remember, I'm still paying this mortgage. I'm still paying all the insurance stuff for it. Like, I just want to make sure, like, is that going to be something taken off my plate right now? Because I'm hemorrhaging funds again at this point. And he said, yeah, so we decided, okay, cool. You're going to end up moving into the townhouse. He moves in sometime that month. So, like, I asked him, do you need a bunch of furniture here? Do you need, like, are you looking for any of the sofas? No, but he said that all he was really interested in was the coffee table that we had in the loft, a TV, and, like, his computer setup, like the desk and the chair and the computer chair mat, things like that. And I told him, like, hey, if there's stuff on, there's this Facebook group called Buy Nothing, which is really awesome. People just kind of give away things in their home that they're not using anymore, and a lot of time that includes furniture. I've gotten a lot of the great things from Buy Nothing. I've given a lot of things to Buy Nothing, and I told him I can be on the lookout for my local group and like help you find items. And he said that would be great. And so I spent like a lot of November trying to find furniture for him. I sent him a lot. There was a lot of things that he said he wasn't interested in picking up himself, but like I still sent him options, right? Trying to be cordial and friendly. The real topic for November is, because I agreed to the townhouse stuff, I thought like things were getting back to a more cordial and friendly vibe, which was something I was excited about. And so when my little duckling came along and said, hey, I just finished my degree and my master's degree, and I see there's an opening in your state at this company. Do you know anyone working at this company by chance? And it just so happened to be the company that my ex started working for however long ago, at least a month or so, I don't know. And I was like, oh, I think things are still fine and cordial with him. They were the last time we talked. Let me ask him. And this would start absolute insanity. I'm gonna warn you right now. This argument is going to go on for days. Am I going to read you every little bit of it? No, I'm not. There's a few reasons for this. One, I'm not putting all of my little ducklings like personal stuff on the internet. Two, it all is BS. It's all BS, and you'll see what I mean. So just trust me. There's some things that I'm gonna read from this. There are some things I'm just gonna summarize and paraphrase, and you're gonna see things blocked out when it has to deal with someone's personal stuff that is like not involved in this situation, because they didn't ask to be here. They're not involved. Their personal stuff does not matter. So I reached out and I just said, hey, someone is interested in a position at the company. Would you be willing to do a referral link? And he asks, who is it? And I let him know it's the duckling. And he says he should apply if he's interested, but I'm not inclined to do a referral. I said, for duckling? I don't understand. And he says, I'm not really interested after the things he said about me and the things I've heard he's done. This is also my job and career. I don't feel like I can advocate for him in a professional capacity with the way he acts and the people he hangs out with. it all comes back to me. I said, I'm not really sure what you're referring to. He hasn't talked about you or done anything to you? And if that's how you feel, then it is what it is, but it's quite disappointing to hear, considering all of the people in my life, both friends and family, that I talked into getting you referrals at their companies, even when they felt similar ways. But that's fine. That's your choice. That's fine. And his response was, Becca, he said plenty of bad things about me when I was there, especially when he didn't know I was there listening. He's one of the people in the Discord that really hurt my feelings badly and made me essentially shut down and stop talking for a long time. I've had to discuss that in therapy, as it was a pretty big deal to me emotionally, and I've been told he said way worse when I'm not around. I know he's your friend, but he hasn't been very nice to me, and it's hard for me to want to support that. And he's never once apologized. When asked, he essentially just said, "Too bad, get over it." The Discord wasn't a safe place for me for a long time, and heck, I'm still uncomfortable about it. I hope you can understand it's not personal. I'm not sure what this is that you're referring to or why you're trying to gaslight me. I also think helping a spouse or someone you're very close to is a completely different situation entirely. This could also have a direct impact on my career. He used to brag all the time about how he never had to work and would neglect his job to play video games. I'm honestly having a lot of trouble believing you just sent this to me, especially when you didn't even ask why or think to ask why I felt this way. Just so that we're all on the same page, because I'm talking about a third person, that didn't happen. That is not a thing that, I know it's like anonymous, but the people who know me and know who this is talking about, I need this to be made clear that it has never been a thing, ever, that this individual would brag about not working or not taking work seriously. That just is not a thing. I just need that to be made clear to everybody. And again, you will see and be made aware of why I'm not wasting my time going into all his complaints about this and all the details and all the whatever. It'll make sense. Just trust me. Now I'm happy to have a conversation where we don't insult each other and try to attack each other, because that's not healthy or good communication. And the reasons I'm uncomfortable are because I came into the Discord one night shortly after the separation, and someone made a joke about me because they noticed I came in. And Duckling went out of his way to make some rude comments that really hurt me, not knowing I was there. He realized I was there, doubled down, and said that it was fine. I addressed the issue, and he said that I was a big boy and that we say things like this in the Discord and I should just get over it without taking it personally. Then I heard from two very reliable sources, not my friend that I was a groomsman for, that was not the first time or worst thing that was said from him or several others from the other Discord, and I haven't been back in there since. And I know Duckling isn't a bad person. He probably didn't mean to be rude in general or didn't even intend to say the things he did about me. I don't dislike him. I'm just really hurt, and I don't like the way that he makes me feel. And I'm gonna be honest, I was so confused because there's only one person that was really his friend in that Discord. I can't think of anyone else that would reach out to him and say that to him and let him know that was done. But also I reached out to a couple people, including the Duckling myself, and asked, did this happen? And no one has any recollection of anything like this happening. Nobody. Duckling said they've never, ever had any kind of conversation like that ever, just that we're all aware. So I'm getting this information as we're having this argument. And I respond back and I say, you can just tell me you don't like him and don't want to help someone you don't like. But these reasonings you're giving me are honestly infuriating. And again, I'm not responding as a way to say, hey, you have to change your mind. I'm just letting you know I not only disagree, but I think it's very hypocritical and it's very disappointing to see. I've put my own personal comfort aside to help you and your loved ones for so long, it's frustrating me. Not saying you're wrong for making that decision for yourself, but if that's where we're at, I'm gonna have to start also doing the same thing, because I can't sacrifice my mental health any longer when I know you won't have my back the same way. So I'll give you the addresses and the contact information for all the people who want to give you furniture and buy nothing, but I'm not going to be able to go and get them for you. I'm also not going to be able to ask my parents to drive you back because when I told you that I wouldn't trust with our children in the future, your immediate reaction was to try and explain why my parents were also untrustworthy as well. And I just can't ask them to do another favor for you after that was your reaction after everything that they did for you this past summer. And just so you know, these are not retaliatory decisions as in, fine, you won't help me, screw you. This is a, okay, you've set the boundaries and they were different than how I was operating before, so I'm just adjusting my actions accordingly so that we're on the same page. Because it genuinely hurts me when I'm willing to go the extra mile for someone who isn't willing to do the same for me. So it's not just with you, but I have started adjusting accordingly for everyone in my life. And again, like I said before, there are parts of this conversation that I'm leaving out because I originally did not even want to refer to any of these insane accusations that he made about this kid, and you will see in a moment why it's just very clearly all BS. He doesn't believe anything that he's saying, truly. But to make some of his responses make sense, I will give a broad, he goes on to, we already see him try to say, well, he bragged about not ever getting work done and not taking his work seriously, which just didn't happen. He goes on to accuse this kid of racism, misogyny, ableism, a lot of weird stuff. And I called him out on all of it, especially ableism. You do know that he is autistic. He literally goes on about how, but is it real? It's probably self-diagnosed. What? Weird stuff. Really weird stuff. And my response to him, again, was if that's your decision, whatever, my guy. But this is frustrating that this is your reasoning. Oh, well, I don't want to work with a racist, and I don't want to work with a misogynist, and I don't want to work with an ableist. Have you met your family? The things that you and your family have joked about, said, things like that. And you still had my friends and family go out of their way to refer you to things. I don't understand. You don't have to do it. You've already said you don't want to do it. Okay, I'm not trying to change your mind. But for this to be your reasoning really is infuriating. These things that you're accusing him of, for you to say these things are unacceptable when one, you can't even give me examples or when this happened or whatever. And two, this is the whole reason that I'm refusing to go around multiple of your family members. These are things that you think are funny, that you have joked about. I don't understand. It feels like a pot coddling the kettle black, to be honest. And I don't spend too much time just calling out the blatant and the specific accusations that he makes, because I know that he knows they're BS, and you'll see why in a minute. We have talked about this kind of behavior from you and your family members for months and months and months and months and months. And it's not okay for me to have a problem with it, but it's okay for you to have a problem with someone else doing it? This just doesn't make sense to me. So he responds back to, so he says to me, I'm in no way hoping that Duckling doesn't succeed, or I'm trying to stop him from applying to the company. But I think there might be bigger issues to go through first, because there's a huge breakdown of communication, possibly even a pattern at this point. First, if someone asks someone to do something, that person has to be okay with the answer being no, even if they don't like it or even hate it. I think that's been a big point of emphasis that you've been expressing to me for months now. I know strong feelings can come out of that response, as it has been an extremely hard thing for me to accept too, especially with us. But second, I expressed a concern I was having based on my feelings, past experiences, and a valid reason as to why I thought what I was thinking. Instead of a discussion or trying to talk with me, it's felt like you immediately turned to insults and try to use your words to harm me. If so, that's completely unacceptable, Rebecca. And I know I haven't set the best precedent in the past. Our communication was never a strong point. And I also realize I'm just as guilty of the same or similar things. That's why I want to make it clear that this is not an accusation or even an argument. I'm trying to express myself so that we can repair and strengthen the way we communicate moving forwards. Now, you know I'm always willing to talk with you. I will always listen, be there for you, and I almost always give in to everything you ask. I know I was always contradictory and it was obnoxious, but I also was a sucker for you. I hope you could tell how much I cared and still do care about you, so just have a sincere conversation with me where we don't have to insult and can talk like people without the insinuations and side eyes. I know how awesome and reasonable you are, and I hope you'll grant me that same respect. Then he sent me a big have to click to open message. Now, in reference to the duckling stuff, I didn't even say no. I said he should apply, I just wasn't inclined to do a referral. Then tried to explain a very recent emotional experience, and instead of asking me nicely to reconsider, discussing to maybe get a resolution you wanted, or even trying to get more information first, you immediately turned to disapproval, manipulation, and examples of how bad I was. In response, I gave a more thorough explanation of the personal and professional hesitations I had, which I apologize. I shouldn't have done that. 1, I should have known it was just going to elevate emotions unnecessarily. And 2, I really don't care to have this type of back and forth anymore, which I will discuss in a moment. Regardless, I made sure to express my gratitude to you, that I appreciated your efforts, as well as those that have helped me, and was willing to talk with Duckling to see where things led. Instead of accepting or trying to advocate for why he deserves a referral, you respond with information that isn't even relevant to Duckling or my experience with him. Name-calling, insult, more manipulation. Heck, you didn't even rebut or respond to what I said. Your response was literally, "Sure, I've done everything you're concerned about, but you were so much worse." Logically, that's not a great argument in his defense. That really sounds like personal emotions, unresolved matters, and a much-needed crucial conversation hidden behind an unrelated topic. Now, personally, I also think most of that was completely inappropriate or uncalled for, and I genuinely hope you're not treating other people like that, especially when you're asking them to do things for you. That's not you, Rebecca. You're kind, you're considerate, caring, and understanding. You always have been. That said, I already made it clear that I have no interest in fights, vindication, or negative emotions, and I'm not opposed to helping anyone or letting others succeed. So I'll save both of us some time and assume we had a mature discussion so I can get to what I was alluding to with my last message. My team works side by side with this department. Personal things aside, I can meet with Duckling, talk with him about his resume, his goals, the application, and give him more information with this company. If that goes well, I'll see about setting up a meeting with one of my advisors or even a rep assigned to our team. That's how I got the position in less than a week. It'd be better than a referral from someone who's only worked there a few weeks. And yeah, Beck, I do it even after everything you said because you asked and it's a favor to you and you're still one of my best friends and I care about you. I care about what you have to say and what you have to think. And honestly, I'm not even expecting you to treat me like a friend or a partner anymore. All I ask is that you treat me like a human or any other random person. And maybe consider that you weren't the only one who made sacrifices, tries to go the extra mile, and puts their heart and soul into relationships. Lastly, and maybe the most important thing from my end, I'm really disenchanted with how our conversations have played out in the past few months. Our old style of communication clearly didn't work, and it created arguments or built up negative emotions, and yet we're repeating the same mistakes. Frankly, I'm simply not interested in another 10 rounds in the ring with you. I'm tired of defending myself, tiptoeing around, and feeling like I have to constantly dodge blows. Maybe you feel the same. But if you want to make all these strong statements, justify your actions, and say they aren't reactionary, go for it. You can punish me, try your best to make me feel every bad chance you get, or hold on to everything, staying so upset so there's never any progress and you prevent any forward movement for yourself in the process. And I could respond in kind by leaving the Mustang in the driveway for another 6 months since you asked me to go out of my way to do something you wanted. But I'm not going to. No more games and no more retaliation for me. I'm gonna try some new things until something works, or at least feels good. Welcome to Hop on the Trend. And by no means am I saying we shouldn't express ourselves. It's okay if we disagree, argue, and even fight, if we do it in a healthier, better way. even if that means you need to scream, yell, hit, curse, or just vent at me at this point. And I can listen and do my best to understand, because I know I caused a lot that you need to unpack, and I'm sure there's still a lot of frustration, resentment, and confusion in that tiny body of yours. I have so much anger even just rereading this. Like, this is there's so many issues that I have with this message alone. So many issues. Some I am going to cover with him, and some it's not even worth it. And you didn't even try to change my mind. You just called me a hypocrite, and I didn't like that. That's what I heard. That's like literally all I heard from that. And again, this argument is going on for days. So at some point in this, I already know that a lot of what he's saying is just BS. I know that this situation, this argument where he hurt his feelings, I know that didn't happen, because he can't tell me what was said, who was around to hear it, none of the specifics. No one that I know can corroborate that they were around for this incident. Duckling himself is like, I have no idea what he's referring to. Nothing like that has ever happened. He himself, Duckling's specific words to me were, I grew up on Discord. I've been on Discord since I was 12 years old. I'm now in my 20s. It is innate nature to me that if I am talking in general, whether it's about my day, whether it's about another person, whoever, if I hear that join sign, which I am always listening for, I pause before I continue to see who joined. He said, I never would have not noticed him come in and kept going. He said, even if once in my life made a mistake, I know for a fact Duckling is not above apologizing, because there have been times that he's hurt my feelings and I told him and he apologized. I know that this didn't happen. I'm not saying this was real or not. I don't know. But I heard a lot of your feedback with part 1, and I heard a lot of people saying it was very obvious to them, their interpretation when listening to part 1 was that they believe that my ex was trying to like set up the New York and anniversary, or the Boston and anniversary situation, to like try to claim the same level of, well, what happened to you in New Orleans is exactly what happened to me here. And like he did it on purpose to like try to get me to get over it sooner. And I don't know if that's real. I don't know. I never asked him, can't tell you one way or another. But from hearing that feedback, when I go back and I reread these messages, knowing what I know, knowing these people well, everyone involved well, I have a gut reaction that I feel like he was trying to put anyone, on the same level of his dad and say, well, if I can get over it and move on and do good for you, then you can get over my dad and we can just be together and have kids and everyone can live happily ever after. Like, this is where my brain goes. I don't know if this was the case or not, but especially now, at this time, I wasn't really I had a feeling, but like now I feel more strongly about it. But this is like what is going on in my head. Is it reality? I don't know. But all I know is that the situation, the confrontation he's referring to just did not happen. I know he does not actually believe these accusations about the racism and the misogyny, and I'm going to show you why in a moment. I'm going to give you my response back to him, and then I'm going to show you why I know he knows this is BS, and why I'm not super concerned about like the nitty-gritty details, and because I know it's BS, I'm not going to waste my time on it. So I'm more concerned about like, what is his actual goal here? What is his angle? What is he trying for? What is he looking for? I don't know. Especially with his like, well, you didn't even try to change my mind. Well, that would be manipulative. Why would I do that? You gave me an answer. I said, okay, that's your answer. I don't like it and I don't agree with your reasonings for it. But like, that's your answer. Okay. Back then, especially now, I read this back and I was like, why does it feel like some of this is like ChatGPT? I'm disenchanted with how our conversations have played out. So like I'm hearing the way you're calling me a hypocrite and the way you're using my own actions against me is unacceptable, but you're more than welcome to scream, hit, yell, curse, and vent to me. I can hit you, but I can't tell you you're being a hypocrite. That's drawing the line. Like the words he's using matter. You know what I mean? Like, what is it? What are you trying to go after? What point are you trying to make? In my tiny body, that I don't know why, but that just pissed me off. It just did. I'm like mad. I'm so mad at this point. My response to him, I feel like I've said over and over in my last messages that I never once said you aren't allowed to make that decision. Nor did I say I was trying to change your mind. I pretty blatantly said over and over that your reasonings were really infuriating and triggering. Second of all, as I again pretty blatantly already said, pointing out where I think you're being hypocritical is not attacking you. It's not insulting you. I never name called you. I never said you have to XYZ. I feel like anytime I bring up hypocrisy or tell you I don't agree with your view of an event, you take it as an insult or someone attacking you. And that just simply isn't the case. Someone disagreeing with you is not someone attacking you. Someone reacting and feeling offended by your viewpoints is not someone insulting you. Me telling that your feelings are dumb would be an attack. My saying this is a pot calling the kettle black moment is not an attack. I'm not understanding how you genuinely used to find joy in disagreeing with people for fun, your words, to promote conversation, yet now you for some reason are taking different opinions as attacks and insults? I just don't agree with this in the slightest. Asking you to change your mind and reconsider is manipulation. Trying to get you to change your mind secretly is manipulation. I was very clear. I don't require your help with this anymore. I did not have an underlying motive. I wasn't trying to control you or influence you. That is manipulation. I also didn't just point out how bad you were for and giggles. I simply took examples you were complaining about and showed you where I felt like you were being very hypocritical. Again, this isn't attacking you. This isn't manipulating you. Showing where I think you're being hypocritical is just that. Showing you where you're being hypocritical. It's not an insult. It's not an attack. It's explaining why your reasoning is infuriating. If you simply just said, I don't like duckling. No, don't want to help. That would just be your reason, and I would say, okay, cool. I'll ask my mom's neighbor who's also at the company. Sure, I wouldn't like the answer, but that's your answer. And I'm not going to try and change your mind, like I've said over and over again. You instead gave me a reasoning that I felt was borderline offensive, hypocritical, and downright triggering. So I just explained why that reasoning felt so wrong to me, and even followed it up with, you should have just told me you don't like him and call it a day. Instead, you've come up with all these accusations that you and your family have participated in. That's all. This is not manipulating you with examples of how bad you were. That is giving examples of how your reasoning comes off as hypocritical and frustrating. So I'm explaining to you how your thought process comes off is not attacking or insulting you, and insinuating that it is makes it very hard to continue the conversation or association with the topic. I'm not going to throw myself on a shield and deny your experiences with him. That would be manipulation. I wasn't there. I don't know what was said. And it's odd to me that you're shocked I didn't go that route. I simply said, you're concerned about XYZ, but you and your family have done these same things, and people were still willing to give you referrals when I asked. And the fact that you can't see that and are trying to make it look like I'm just bullying you is literally the reason I do not reach out to converse with you. It is infuriating and exhausting, and I will not allow you to put words in my mouth or twist things I said and the examples given. I just don't have the time or energy for it, and to be honest, I'm so frustrated in how you tried to twist the things that I said that I don't feel comfortable asking you for help with this at all. I'm simply going to ask my mom's neighbor when she's back in town. And that's pretty much the gist of our conversation and how we left it. It was not a good ending. Like, I think that's the last message that was the last response. Like, he didn't respond to that message or something along the lines of it, right? And how, you might ask, did I know that everything he's complaining about and worried about and all these things are BS, other than like the incident that I'm telling you I asked people about it and like no one had any idea what I was referring to? Oh, great question. Because around the same time, like while this is going on, because remember, this is like a multiple day argument, oh, hi, Miss Girly. Hi. You coming to say hi? Did you have a good time outside? I received screenshots of a conversation from Discord that my ex reached out to my duckling as it's unfolding, as problems with us are unfolding. He reaches out to duckling and says, "Hey man, what's your email, full legal name, and can you send me a copy of your resume to this email?" And duckling says, "Hey, here's my full name, my email, and I'll message you back when I get the resume sent over. Should be in like 5 minutes." My ex says, "No rush, thanks." And duckling lets him know when it's sent over, and he says, and my ex says, "Also, I'd prefer if Rebecca didn't know about my involvement if possible. We've had quite the discussion, which included my reluctancy to refer people." He said reluctancy to refer people in general. Important. "And as a result, if things work out, I would prefer if she thought it was fully on your own merit, purely for selfish personal reasons. Not to say it wouldn't be anyways. You're super smart, detail-oriented, and resourceful." Duckling says, "Sounds good. I'll respect your wishes." And he did until I questioned him about the event between the two. And then he's like, "That's weird. He's not talking to me like we had a falling out or confrontation like that." And that's when he sent me these messages. "Sounds good. I'll respect your wishes. I appreciate the compliments as well. It's been hard to even get an opportunity to explore, so I'm appreciative of just the opportunity to be considered, or at least have my name somewhere, as I'm sure you can understand. So yeah, no worries here." And my ex says, "Thank you. And don't get used to it. Nothing but sarcasm and negative things if I ever get back to the Discord." Kidding, of course. Most everyone in these groups are great people. And don't get me wrong, super obnoxious, especially that one guy. But lots of redeeming qualities and extremely intelligent. Job hunting always sucks. It's about patience, resilience, and timing. I think you'd be a great asset to the company if it all works out, and we can keep you focused when you're remote, because every job is hybrid or fully remote at this point. And they go on to ask more about like the specific jobs, and little duckling goes on to talk about his experience at a phenomenal global company and the positive recommendations he's gotten from his employers and the great work that he did. Like, it's very obvious my ex knows everything he's saying is BS, especially with, "Well, don't tell Rebecca. Well, I would prefer, we just had some personal issues." But it's very obvious that my ex knows what he's saying is BS. And that's why I'm so skeptical in this conversation, right? Because we're going days and days and days arguing about this. I'm not sure what he's trying to get at. Like, he is saying I can yell, scream at him, and hit him, but he's offended I'm not asking for more details about the incident, or offended that I'm not trying to tell him it didn't happen, or like, I don't understand. I can't figure out what his goal was here. I can't. And this was my mindset the entire argument is, what are you trying for? What is your goal? And again, like, I just keep going back to this idea of, are you trying to create scenarios where someone is as bad as your dad, so that if you can forgive one, I can forgive the other? Like, is that what's happening? I don't know.
And he never really responds to, at least for a while, like at the point of our next interaction, which we're about to get into. Like, if you thought things were tense and bad between me and my ex, you ain't seen nothing yet. Because I'm about to get fired up. You don't even understand. You don't even understand what's coming, okay? So as we've already established, right, things with my ex are deteriorating. They're not going well. I've already voiced at this point that when Duckling's friend started coming to like hang out, I was already kind of like, this would be great if like he could just hang out with the cats while I'm gone, and then I don't have to have my ex come over. Like, I need space. I'm getting mad. And this was like a perfect example of like, please, dear God. And so like, ultimately, this kid was staying at my house while I was on this trip. Because like, we started arguing. I don't remember if I left already or if I was already gone. Because it was like a 2-part trip. Like, I went to go visit one city where my aunt and uncle were, and then I went to go visit another city. Like, I don't remember, to be completely honest. But I know, like, again, as I already said, I was already leaning towards, I would love if this kid could just take that job. And this just really solidified the, oh yeah,
I'm so glad. Like, I don't want him to know I'm gone. I don't want him at my house. Like, this is getting ridiculous. And so Duckling's friend is staying at my house with the cats. He's staying in the guest room while I'm away. And while I'm recording a podcast episode, like a couple days after my ex and I have this very explosive multi-day fight, I remember I go to like switch out an SD card. And while I'm doing that, my phone lights up and it's a text from the kid, not Duckling, the friend, the one staying at my house. And like, mind you, I didn't even have this kid's phone number at this time. We literally just messaged through Discord. Hey, I just met today. Just letting you know, he was at the house before I was. What do you mean? Huh? Also, can I borrow your hairdryer? Back up.
Did he just say what I think he said? Yes, he did. The kid who was cat sitting for me while I was out of town let me know that he came by to check on the cats and feed them, and my ex was already in my house, taking things out, and was shocked to find Duckling's friend or anyone there to realize that he let himself into my house. And just so that we're on the same page, because I can hear dudes in the comments like, oh, well, you're not divorced yet. This has house too, blah, blah, blah. No. There's a criminal statute in my state that says if you're a married couple and you separate, whoever leaves the home, this isn't their home anymore. They're not allowed to just come by whenever they want. They're not allowed to just let themselves in. That's a criminal statute, just so that we're all aware. That's illegal. The most egregious example of disrespect, sneaky behavior, boundary crossing, just the deceit just never ends. And as I said before, this is going to be where we end the story today, because there's so much, and I think, especially with this particular example, after this happens, the interactions get less and less. I will soon come to the realization that conversing with my ex when it's not over text or it's not recorded is not a good idea. And I know I said this like somewhere in the recording, and I don't remember if I said it where it's going to actually be in part 2 or if it's what will now be part 3, but I know there's going to be a lot of people who are just constantly wondering throughout this entire saga, why are you even doing this? Why are you even trying to converse? Or why are you trying to play nice? Like, why? Like, you're doing this to yourself. And I think that's honestly one of the most frustrating parts about looking back at all of this. Because even, when I was planning part 2 and I was, oh yeah, the whole separation will be able to easily fit, I didn't even think it would come close to being as long as part 1. And it's double the length. And I think it's because it's so easy to look back and convince yourself, especially while it's happening, it's not that bad. Oh, well, these incidents are separated by some time, so it doesn't feel as heavy in the moment, maybe. I don't know, maybe I'm not even making sense. But like on top of that, I entered into this time in my life that would be the separation between my husband and I genuinely believed this was still like my best friend. And even though I was coming to the conclusion that it was possible, even at the beginning of the separation, that this was the end of my marriage, I still thought he was my best friend. Like, I still thought he was this person that I thought that I knew for 10 years. Like, who wouldn't think that they knew the person they were with for 10 years? And it was very easy for me throughout to, make excuses of, well, he's going through a rough time. Well, he's not himself right now. But then seeing the patterned behavior over and over and connecting it to things that not only happened, but were common in our 10 years and realizing, oh no, this is who you are. You do have a general lack of respect for other people that I've experienced. You do not care about other people's boundaries or what other people have to say. You don't listen when someone is talking to you about their experience or their feelings or things that are upsetting them or hurting them. And I think that was one of the most difficult things for me during this whole thing was kind of coming to that conclusion. And one of the biggest reasons that I held on for so long was because I genuinely wanted to preserve this idea, this concept of who I really thought he was. And it was really hard to let go of that and realize that I had a very idealized and rose-colored glasses version of him in my head. Maybe I'm not even making sense right now. I don't know. Maybe I'm just rambling and I should just close this so that I know you guys have already been sitting here for a long time and there's still a whole other part of the separation that is gonna get posted next week, and then we got part 4 with all the other crazy stuff in courts. So I don't know, I guess I was just trying to answer some questions that I figured I would see would be coming up in the comments, because they're questions that I have coming up in my own head as I relive this and experience this. But I think at the end of the day, the better answer is that I don't know why I held on for so long. I guess I just really wanted to believe that he was the person that I thought he was. But you know, I say this all the time. I'm not always right about, I don't know everything in the world. I'm not always right. I might have strong opinions about things, but that doesn't mean that I'm always correct. So I guess that's that. But again, for to try and respect your time, because you've already given me so much of it, that is where I'm going to close this part of the story, and we will pick back up with the confrontation of me addressing, why are you in my house? What is happening? Remember, I'm out of town. I'm in another state. It's all over text, this one, for sure. Once again, thank you guys so much for being on this journey with me. I know you don't have to be, and you even just considering hearing the story just is so validating, and I thank you. Again, if this can help one person feel not crazy, or one person recognize the situation that they're in and help themselves, then I'm happy. So thank you guys for giving me a space to do that. And just remember, I planned for what will be parts 2 and 3 to be one big part. So if there's something that was in this video that I was like, I know this seems boring or dumb or trivial, blah, 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 trust me, it will matter. It will matter. It just might be in the next part. I promise. I promise. If there's something that I forgot to give a resolution to, or you think might be an open-ended string or something that you don't understand that I didn't explain well enough, as you guys know, I'm going to try very hard to be in the comments and answer questions, as I tried to do as best as I could for part 1. So yeah, and I hope you have a great rest of your week, and if you are interested in continuing the saga, I will make sure the second part is up next week. Have a great rest of your day. Bye, my lovelies. Mwah.